Chapter 953. Almighty Heavenly Dragon, echoes rang out in the quiet alley. Holy Mother Palm, Holy Light first appearance. Without waiting for the four demons to react, endless white light instantly scattered the black fog, and then filled their vision. Their bodies and consciousnesses quickly melted in the white light. It was like a piece of butter that fell into a red-hot iron pot. Although they didn't know what level the Angel of Providence was, it was really powerful. This was their last consciousness. Before they died, they seemed to have heard an old man say in frustration, "Why are you so weak?" I wanted to leave one alive for questioning, fuck. Oh, this was their last consciousness. Woo-woo, Master, why did you only come now? I almost had my essence and blood sucked dry by them, do you know that? The dwarf complained, feeling wronged. The four demons evaporated in the mighty and holy white light, but it didn't mean that nothing was left. The three black ropes that bound the dwarf and the black rope that entered his back door were all left behind. The black fog that shrouded their vision dissipated. The dwarf fell from a height of more than a meter, landing in an alley near the pier. Clearly, they didn't fly before, but used seawater to create a fog to block the vision of mortals, and then ran while carrying the dwarf. Qizong hurried over to help his eldest disciple up, and said apologetically, "I wanted to chase after them immediately, but that child Arya was too stubborn, holding my hand and not letting go. That's why I was delayed for so long." The dwarf's expression froze. That damn child, what was she trying to do? Oh my, what an evil rope, it's all weaved from the hair of the dead, filled with a vengeful and evil aura. After untying the black rope that bound the dwarf, Qizong realized that it was a magical weapon weaved from the hair of the dead, soaked in corpse oil, and dripping with a yellow liquid. The smell was nauseating. Hair. The dwarf took a closer look, and was also disgusted. At the same time, he understood that these black ropes were most likely the braids on the head of a water demon, which was why the old woman shook her head and controlled the black rope to drill into his hair. Ouch, the dwarf howled. Master Qizong, be gentler, the other end of the braids is connected to me. Qizong saw it too. Even blood came out. He couldn't help but feel awkward and guilty. Sorry, I didn't expect those evil gods to be so cruel. This black rope is vicious, it must be destroyed. With that, he circulated his divine power and ignited a holy flame. Where is the evil god? At this time, a black shadow quickly floated over from the entrance of the alley. When it got close to the two of them, the shadow turned from illusory to solid, revealing a horse-faced girl in tight black leather armor. She gripped the hilt of her sword and looked around with a sharp gaze. "Don't look, they're all dead," the dwarf said unhappily. Aaliyah's expression darkened. "Master Qizong, you said you'd leave at least one for me. You're too greedy." Qizong's old face flushed red, and he hurriedly explained, "I only gave them a light palm strike, and all four of them turned into ashes. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tyrion. The four evil gods couldn't even block a single palm." "I didn't expect this at all. Did you use your full strength?" Arya asked. Tyrion cried out miserably. "I felt pity for him when I heard it. I was anxious and angry, so I couldn't help but use a bit more force. But I really only gave him a single palm strike." Qizong said helplessly. "Were you the one who stopped Master from saving me?" The dwarf glared at Arya. "He was the one who stopped me from saving you. You didn't control your strength, and you weren't as fast as me. Don't tell me you're delaying the precious rescue time because of this trivial matter." The dwarf cried out in disbelief. "I also want to level up," Arya said. Level up, all you know is to level up. You don't even care about my life to level up?" The dwarf was furious, and he shouted loudly. "Have you forgotten why you were captured by the evil gods?" Arya's face was wooden, and she mocked, "You don't even care about your own life to level up. Why do you ask us to care so righteously? At least I came to save you." The dwarf opened his mouth wide, and he was stunned speechless. "Reese. Danny Rise's sutra teaching team is very arrogant. How many god spirits had died in the past 10 days? 15. 17. On average, 1.5 die every day. The man's roar and the sound of skin colliding gradually subsided. Only then did a soft and coquettish female voice come from behind the pink veil. In the hall separated by a curtain, the pale moon virgin stood with her head bowed. She faced the direction of the bedroom and said respectfully, "Your Majesty Murthia, there were 17 yesterday. Today, there are already 22. Just tonight, the sutra teaching team left Mill and was heading to Tarosai. The Bloodshark 5 dragons from Loras Bloodshark Island ambushed them halfway. In the end, the attack on Chizong failed, and the 5 gods were all killed. The Bloodshark 5 dragons are the Dragon King who inherited the legacy of the great wizard Valeglia. Even they fell. The goddess lost her calm, and her anxious voice could not hide the shock. The gods in the Justice Alliance also find it inconceivable, but this is the truth. They have no choice, the losses are too great, so they can only come to you to discuss. I hope you can set a trap in Tarosai's passion garden and catch the lustful Tyrian, or directly suck his essence blood, the pale moon virgin said bitterly. The pink veil opened, and a peerlessly beautiful woman walked out. She was wearing a white veil, and the endless scenery inside was hazy under the candlelight, becoming more and more alluring. The beautiful lines of her neck and clearly visible collarbone were exposed, and there were crimson kiss marks that made one feel hot. The creases of her dress were like snow, and the moonlight flowed on the ground. It was more than 3 feet long, and with every step she took, her slender white calves and small feet that were as clear as jade were exposed. Gulp. The pale moon virgin swallowed her saliva and lowered her head in fear. She did not even dare to look at the goddess's face. She silently activated the moon singer meditation technique to calm the burning desire in her heart. The goddess saw her predicament and gave a little laugh of pleasure. Her critical gaze swept across the pale moon virgin's mouth and lower body, and the goddess said in disgust, "What's so good about being a virgin goddess? You can sew that thing, but can the fire in your heart be extinguished? If it is really extinguished, what's the difference between you and a dead person? You trained hard for countless years to become a god, is it just to endure the hardships of life? Why don't you remove your shackles and become my disciple? You can be free and unfettered and enjoy the happiness of the world forever. Your Majesty is very kind, but each god has his own path, and I cannot force it," the pale moon virgin declined. The goddess walked to the beautiful couch in the hall that was covered with golden otter skin and lay down comfortably. She slowly said, "Although the Bloodshark 5 dragons are the ancestral gods of the royal family of Loras, their ancestors came from the main family of the 14 Fire Peaks, and they have a part of the inheritance of the great wizards. 2,000 years ago, the 5 of them were lucky enough to join the Valeglia Megalosaurus army, and they were dragon knights for hundreds of years. Even if the Megalosaurus has long been reduced to dragon bones, those 5 old fellows are still top-notch fire element demigods. Even I am afraid of them, so why did they die in Chizong's hands? They were killed by Chizong, but the other members of the teaching team also contributed a lot, especially that faceless one called Arya. She is very talented and has the potential to become a god of death. Now that she has been fully trained by Danny and Rise, she is almost at the threshold of becoming a demigod. That sword of hers is especially terrifying. We don't even know what material it is made of, but the divinity of death it contains is 3 times stronger than that of an ocean god of death like me. In other words, it was an evenly matched battle, and the teaching team was also at their limit," the goddess said thoughtfully. "Not really." The pale moon virgin had a strange expression. Other than the fat eunuch Wunung and that 8-clawed spider Varys, Chizong's 3 disciples are all very loyal to their master and abhor evil. After confirming that the Bloodshark 5 dragons who came to kill the teaching team were all powerful deities, they became even more ferocious, almost risking their lives to protect Chizong. The Bloodshark 5 dragons fought with the 3 disciples first, and Chizong took the opportunity to attack later. He first picked the weakest enemies to launch a sneak attack, then defeated them one by one. The goddess opened her mouth slightly and said in disbelief, "Could it be that Qizong's 3 disciples can also fight to a draw with 5 powerful deities?" "Not really. They are just very loyal and brave, not fearing death. Their strength is still inferior to the Bloodshark 5 dragons." Danny, Rise's illegitimate brother, was the bravest. He was the first to pull out his axe and rushed forward while shouting. However, he was weaker and also the first to be unable to hold on, shouting, "Master, save me." It was not his fault. The dwarf was the target of the deities, and with 3 deities attacking him, it was normal for him to be unable to hold on. However, he had the tile steel armor, knew Valeglia's fire wizard spells, and had a divine spell called Deities Descending, so his resistance to spells was especially high. Although he was beaten up like a sandbag, he was still able to hold back 3 powerful enemies. With that, Qizong used the great mighty heavenly dragon and the Holy Mother God's palm to kill the 3rd disciple who was fighting Arya, stunning everyone. With just one move, he turned a fire element demigod into a pile of charcoal with flames coming out of his 8 orifices. 8 orifices? The goddess was puzzled. And his anus? The virgin pale moon was a little embarrassed. Qizong called out the great mighty heavenly dragon, and several strange green 5-clawed snakes that contained the song of wind coiled around him. He was as fast as lightning, and appeared behind the 3rd disciple in an instant. "You said he launched a sneak attack, but that was not right." Qizong's voice was louder than anyone else's. Every time he attacked, he would call out the great mighty heavenly dragon and the Holy Mother God's palm. At first, everyone felt awkward for him, but later on, every time he called out, one or several deities would die. As more and more deities died, everyone no longer felt awkward. Instead, they started to feel fearful. The blood of dozens of deities forged the mighty name of the great mighty heavenly dragon. Now, everyone still did not understand its meaning, but they started to revere it. Now, many dramatists in the Free City started to draw inspiration from the deeds of the sutra-preaching team. In their new works, such as Qizong's biography, Journey to the East, Missionary, and other works, they used this demonic slogan widely. In Pentos and Mir, where Qizong preached, children could be heard shouting the great mighty heavenly dragon and the Holy Mother God's palm before they struck out with their palms. They looked like fools, but too many deities had died under the great mighty heavenly dragon. Now, when the deities heard it, they instinctively wanted to run away. Because of that, many extraordinaires who could ward off evil and exorcise demons started to use the great mighty heavenly dragon. The great mighty heavenly dragon seemed to have become a holy chant for exorcism. Some people even. The goddess raised her hand and frowned. "I'm not interested in the spread of the great mighty heavenly dragon. Tell me about the battle." The virgin pale moon nodded awkwardly and said, "The 3rd dragon king's back was hit by the first appearance of holy light. In the scorching white light, his internal organs were the first to be burnt. It turned out that the holy light had directly ignited the fire-type divine power in the 3rd dragon king's body. The divine power burned from the inside out, and all the holes in his body were spewing fire and smoke. It was extremely miserable. Ignited divine power. The goddess's beautiful face was full of seriousness. Domain. Danny Rise has already comprehended the domain of fire. It's terrifying, she said slowly. Yes, the deities in the Alliance of Justice and Order think so too. Her talent is too terrifying. A few months ago, in the Sea of Sorrow, I saw her use the domain of wind. The virgin pale moon nodded lightly. Then, she said seriously, what's even more terrifying is that the moment he was hit by the palm, the 3rd dragon king's spirit was also ignited by a strange flame that was invisible to the naked eye. It was quickly burned to ashes. Because of that, when he died, he didn't even have time to let out a cry. This isn't an exception. All the deities killed by Qizong, no matter if they were slashed by a blade, smashed by the skull-shattering golden melon hammer, or slapped by a divine palm, their souls would be immediately destroyed. Hiss, the goddess gasped in horror and said in shock, "What a vicious monk. His heart is simply black. I've lived for tens of thousands of years, and I've never seen such a ruthless person. In less than half a month, he killed 22 deities consecutively. His sins have already surpassed the evil king Danny Rise. Now, everyone calls him the masked evil monk." The Virgin Pale Moon sighed. "I can understand why he's called an evil monk, but why is he called a masked?" The goddess was puzzled. A masked face is a fake face. Other than being ruthless, Qizong is also especially hypocritical. Chapter 954. The masked evil monk is saying that not only is Qizong ruthless, he's also a hypocrite. After killing the 3 Dragon King, Qizong unleashed his might. He shouted, "The Holy Mother is merciful, good, gods, you're all humans, why don't you stop? I want to save you, I can't bear to hurt you," and other such words to shake the enemy's fighting spirit. At the same time, he unleashed the Holy Mother's palm again and again. You don't know this, but Qizong has the talent to impart knowledge through his heart. His words contain a strange sense of mercy. Even those with hearts of stone will be moved by it. However, when he unleashed the Holy Mother's palm, his face was distorted. His god power surged, and he was like a mad devil. Every palm was more ruthless and stronger than the last. Sand and stones flew, wind and fire combined, and the earth and mountains shook. I didn't expect Qizong to be so sinister. He's clearly so powerful, but he still used spiritual words to trick us. The news I received previously said that he's an honest person. People call him the merciful Matthew, said the goddess in disbelief. He's not destined to be merciful. The Virgin Light Moon had a mocking expression. He's so merciless that even his disciples can't stand it anymore. The dwarf spat out blood from the blood shark 5 dragons' attacks, but he still held his axe and stomped his feet anxiously. He shouted loudly, "Master is merciful, don't kill them all." Arya, who's known as the Blood Devil, is cold-blooded enough, isn't she? She also had a worried expression and begged loudly, "Master, your mercy is bad. The evil gods are almost all dead, don't go too far." Guess what happened in the end? That hypocrite Qizong pretended to be wronged and said, "I wanted to hold back, and I already did, but this evil god is so weak." This. The goddess was stunned. There's such a shameless person in the world. This is still not the most shameless. The Virgin Light Moon sighed. When the dwarf and Arya's 2 loyal and righteous disciples saw how unreasonable their master was, they went up together and prepared to grab Qizong's arm and persuade him to stop. They even said that they would do it for them. However, Qizong turned around and sent them flying more than 10 meters away with a palm. The dwarf spat out blood again. However, he apologized and said that he didn't want to hit them. It was just that he had lost control of the aftermath of the second move of the Holy Mother's divine palm, Whirlwind. Then, he blamed his 2 good disciples for not learning from their mistakes and going against the Holy Mother of Mercy. He also announced that he was going to convert the last evil god who had gone astray. He was the only remaining Great Dragon King. When the Great Dragon King saw his 4 brothers being killed by Qizong's 4 palms, he immediately went mad from fear. He fled for his life, begging for mercy as he fled. The goddess frowned slightly and sighed, encountering such a vicious monk, it's not a big deal for boss to have a mental breakdown. The Virgin Light Moon did not think much of it, but she nodded in agreement on the surface. She continued, Qizong was unforgiving. He shouted, "Don't run, don't be afraid, I'll help you." However, he dashed out like a gust of wind. He struck the Great Dragon King's shoulder with his palm and turned him into a burning ball of flesh. His spirit was instantly destroyed as well. After killing everyone, Qizong even put on a regretful and dejected look. He said that he didn't know why. He clearly wanted to hold the evil god's shoulder, but his palm unconsciously used the divine palm. You can even tell such a lame lie. The goddess's face was filled with disbelief. At that time, The dwarf also said the same thing as you. Qizong was so angry that his face turned red. He defended himself loudly, saying that he had just learned the Holy Mother's divine palm from the Holy Mother and was not familiar with it yet. It was only natural that he couldn't control it. The dwarf seemed to be very angry at his master's ruthlessness and rebutted, saying that since he wasn't familiar with it, why didn't he practice it usually? Qizong also said that the Holy Mother's divine palm consumed too much divine power and that he had to conserve every bit of the Holy Mother's divine power. Only when he encountered the evil god could he use such an ultimate move. He could kill the enemy and practice his palm strength at the same time, killing many birds with one stone without wasting anything, the Virgin Light Moon said. Qizong is actually so arrogant. He wants to use the gods to practice his divine palm. The goddess felt that she was already very good-tempered, but now, she couldn't help but be filled with righteous indignation. Sigh, although masked evil monk is very arrogant, he has the ability to be arrogant. In just over 10 days, he killed his way from Pentos to Mi-er, and from Mi-er to Tarosai. Everywhere he passed, the blood of the gods flowed like a river. He didn't even blink. How cruel! The Virgin Light Moon lamented. The goddess muttered, I feel that there's a problem with your battle strategy. Don't talk about 22 gods attacking together. Let's talk about the Blood Shark 5 dragons. Don't split up and fight with Qizong's disciples. Just directly surround Qizong and attack together. Even if they trade injuries for injuries, Qizong definitely won't be able to hold on. Your Majesty is truly wise. Qizong is indeed not invincible. He will die even if his head is cut off. If the Blood Shark 5 dragons were determined to sacrifice 2 of their brothers, they would most likely be able to kill Qizong. The Virgin Light Moon first nodded in agreement before shaking her head helplessly. But people's hearts aren't united, and they are greedy. Of the 22 gods that died, other than the unlucky Gulf crocodile, the main target of the other 21 gods wasn't Qizong at all. Instead, it was the son of God, Tyrion. The Righteous Alliance has been collecting information on Qizong and his disciples, including their abilities, personalities, habits, and flaws, especially their divine arts. Every time a god dies, we learn a little more about Qizong and his group. When Qizong killed the Narrow Sea 5 ghosts, the Righteous Alliance had basically figured out the general situation of the Sutra teaching team. And the Righteous Alliance wasn't stingy either, making all the information available to the gods. But those stragglers were blinded by benefits, and they took turns to take the Holy Mother's palm. The goddess' heart skipped a beat, and she asked, that prophecy of immortality after eating Tyrion's flesh, was it purposely released by the Righteous Alliance? The Virgin Light Moon hesitated for a moment before gently nodding and explaining, although the candidates for the Sutra teaching team were only confirmed before departure, the plan of the 7 gods sect to enter the eastern lands was no secret. More than a month ago, the leaking imperial court in Barbarian City leaked this information, causing the 200 feudal lords of Barbarian City to rebel against the Bo family. The Righteous Alliance received information that the dwarf refused to go to Barbarian City, and the Dragon Queen chose Matthew as her successor. So, our initial rumor was immortality after eating the holy monk's flesh. This wasn't wrong. Saint Matthew was the spirit of the 7 gods. Devouring him or sacrificing him to the Far East darkness demonic god could really greatly increase one's power, and even have a chance of becoming a god. They wanted those wild gods without churches or temples to scout the way. If they could kill Matthew, it would be a blow to Danny Rise's head. The Righteous Alliance would just sit back and reap the benefits. If the wild gods were killed by Matthew, just like now, we would be able to figure out Matthew's background, and then prepare a trap to kill him in one shot. At this point, a bleak smile appeared on the pale face of the stitched cherry monster. Fate is on our side. I don't know if Danny Rise is confident in Tyrion's ability, or if she doesn't understand the significance of being the son of God. She actually let Tyrion leave her protection range. That dwarf is also a fool. He always thought that the god's target was Chizong, and even took the initiative to provoke the narrow C5 ghosts, boasting shamelessly that he wanted to protect his master. Not to mention his ability, this person can be considered loyal and brave, the goddess said. When the dwarf appeared, the holy monk naturally became him. The prophecy of immortality after eating Tyrion's flesh was absolutely true, and couldn't be any more true. It was also because the false prophecy became a true prophecy that a large group of gods gathered in just a short 10 days. After a moment of silence, the goddess asked, whether or not they knew before, now Dany Rise and Tyrion should understand the situation of the Son of God. Why hasn't he returned to the Westeros? Either out of a sense of responsibility, the dwarf is not afraid to sacrifice himself for Targaryen's hegemony, or he is confident that he won't die. The Virgin Pale Moon slowly said, the dwarf definitely knows who the true master of the Church of the Seven Gods is. Spreading the teachings of the Church will ultimately benefit Targaryen. Protecting the Blue Dynasty of the Barbarian House is equivalent to establishing a great empire for Targaryen. For such a great benefit, the dwarf, as a Targaryen, will definitely be willing to make some sacrifices. After being a Lannister for nearly 30 years and just regaining his identity, Tyrion is already so loyal to Targaryen? The goddess asked doubtfully. The Virgin Pale Moon slowly said, Cersei has always wanted to kill him. Tywin had 100 soldiers duel his wife. Look at how the Dragon Queen treated him. Giving him pterodactyls, giving him tile steel, and conferring him the title of Prince Guion. In order to help him establish the status of Targaryen's super bastard, Dany Rise even gave her own father, Aerys, to him. There are 2 branches of the Targaryen family. Dany Rise's family tree continues from her mother, Layla, and she uses the new 5-colored dragon emblem. The dwarf, on the other hand, inherited the most orthodox Targaryen family emblem with a black background and a red 3-headed dragon emblem. His family also inherited from his father, Aerys. If it were me and I had a sister who was so devoted to me, I would also approve of Targaryen. The goddess nodded in agreement and said emotionally, Dany Rise is too good to her bastard brother. For the sake of her brother, who is also a bastard, she gave up the entire family and became a branch family. This has never happened in human history. Yes. The Pale Moon Virgin nodded and said emotionally, it is said that the royal family has no family ties, but Dany Rise is the other extreme. She places too much importance on family ties. Despite how Illyrio treated her, she still forgave Aegon and even gave him the noble status of a bastard, restoring the family name and continuing the family tree. Sigh, Dany Rise gave up her father and family legacy for her brother. Tyrion, for his sister's career, knew that he was a fat piece of meat in the eyes of the gods, but he was still unyielding and unafraid of sacrifice. These 2 siblings sacrificed for each other and helped each other. How touching and envious. The goddess said emotionally. This is also why the Alliance of Justice spent so much effort scheming against the dwarf. If we capture him, we will definitely cause her to panic and be at a loss, thus revealing a fatal flaw, the Pale Moon Virgin said. The goddess understood that at this point, it was time for her to express her stance. Dany Rise stole my spirit in the Westeros. She might even want to harm me. I am not willing to sit and wait for death. I can help you deal with her, but I will not join the Alliance of Justice, she said slowly. Why? The stitched Sakura monster was puzzled. Previously, you refused to join the alliance because you did not foresee the danger of the Twilight of the Gods. Now that you have discovered that Dany Rise has ill intentions towards you, and you are willing to help us, why not just join the Alliance of Justice? Chapter 955. Why don't you want to join the Alliance of Justice and Order? Pale Moon asked. The goddess sat up from the soft couch and pointed at the pink curtain separating the bedroom from the hall. Go in and see who he is. He is a human. Pale Moon was puzzled. The goddess temple was the Garden of Desire. It was the largest and oldest Garden of Desire in Rhys. This house was located in the deepest and most mysterious part of the Garden of Desire. It was also the most magnificent pleasure house. When she came here before, she deliberately waited for 45 minutes outside the door because there was something going on inside. A fake true god, who understood the song of lust, was crudely played by a mortal man. This was unbelievable to other gods, but to the god of desire and love, there was nothing in the world that she couldn't play with. This was the divinity of gods. Just like pale moon, as a virgin goddess, she couldn't be played with. Just like the Virgin Mary, she could be hypocritical, but she couldn't be cruel and bloodthirsty. He is a mortal, but there are big differences between mortals. You will understand when you go in, the goddess said. Pale moon didn't refuse. Her body was like smoke, causing ripples on the curtain. A handsome young man was lying on a 4-meter wide and 3-meter long bed, sleeping soundly. I don't know him. Who is he? Pale moon returned to the hall and asked doubtfully. You don't know him, but can't you smell his identity? The goddess laughed. I don't know. Pale moon shook her head. You can't even smell the king's blood? The goddess frowned slightly, and there was a trace of disdain on her exquisite face. Pale moon was slightly ashamed. My believers are all sailors. They don't have the king's blood, and they rarely sacrifice the king's blood to me. Poor child, you finally became a god. What do you want? The goddess looked at her with pity. He is Prince Reese, Chuego. Pale moon pointed at the curtain and asked. What does he have to do with your refusal to join the alliance of justice and order? I want to tell you one thing. The goddess raised a finger. My church can't do without the support of humans and the ruling class. So I don't want to completely fall out with the world's empress. The League of Justice may be able to end her, but she may also be able to wipe them out, causing the twilight of the gods that you've been worrying about. You've ended her, but I've only managed to vent my anger. I don't think I've gained anything. I have my own Tao, so I don't need her special bloodline or laws. But what if Danny Rise breaks through the encirclement? What if she brings me to the twilight of the gods after I join the Alliance of Justice? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? You want to sit on the fence? Was there such a good thing? The Alliance will not allow it, and Danny Alice will not tolerate those who surrender. Pale Moon Chu Nu was shocked and angry. Aren't you and Chui Gu in the house living examples? A strange smile bloomed on the goddess' beautiful face. Back then, the Allied army that fought at Slavers Bay had hundreds of thousands of people and thousands of ships. Those who returned home alive were all traitors, who secretly surrendered to the Dragon Queen. Was Chui Gu truly loyal to the Dragon Queen? Of course not. Otherwise, why would he invest half of his assets into the bottomless pit that was the Alliance army? The general trend was like this, and there was nothing he could do. You were also captured by Danny Rise. She let you go and tried to make you surrender, Pale Moon Chu Nu said anxiously. I was just pretending. I never thought of being loyal to her. What a silly child. The goddess' smile became stranger. Since she allowed you to surrender, why do you have to be so ruthless? Nothing is absolute. What if the Alliance of Justice fails? Do you want to die? Pale Moon Chu Nu's expression changed a few times, and her tone became cold. I hope the gods of the Alliance won't have any bad ideas after knowing your attitude. Tell me the plan of the Alliance of Justice, and then get lost. The goddess waved her hand impatiently. You're just an errand boy. Your task is only to deliver the news in time. The matters of the Alliance are ultimately decided by me, the big shots like Night Lion, Lalo, and the Pale Holy Child. If you want to threaten me, you'll have to learn a song of law first. Pale Moon Chu Nu's expression was ugly, but she didn't dare to refute. She could only swallow her anger. When Pale Moon Chu Nu turned into a shadow and disappeared from the Garden of Lust, the goddess stuck out her pink tongue and licked her light purple lips. She said strangely, if this little moon chanter is lucky enough to survive this time, I'll personally use my teeth to bite off her sewing threads one by one in the future. Masturbating for a virgin goddess is definitely the most beautiful enjoyment in the world. Speaking of this, the goddess's eyes were almost overflowing with spring water. Before the plan succeeds, don't attack her. A deep and magnetic male voice sounded from the shadows in the corner. It seemed to be cast by the deepest darkness. When it stepped out, the red candles in the hall were instantly filled with darkness. Pale Moon Chu Nu didn't know that not far away, a dark demon god was watching the whole process of the conversation between him and the goddess. Even long before he arrived, the demon god was already in the goddess' house. If I wanted to attack, I would have done it when that bitch threatened me. The goddess waved her hand and a pink fluorescent fog spread out from her body. The darkness was like sticky glue, sticky and retreated, revealing a lion-headed monster. The Grim Reaper of the Barren Land, the incarnation of darkness, the most active dark god in the Jade Sea, one of the leaders of the Justice League, the boss of Pale Moon Chu Nu, he was the Night Lion. A lion's head, a human's body. His golden mane was brighter than gold, more dazzling than the sun. His black eyes were more majestic and domineering than the Megalosaurus. His body was more majestic than the Demon Mountain. The majestic fluctuation of divine power made the goddess and her temple appear a little out of sync. However, this kind of disharmony disappeared in an instant. The darkness was like a slug, sticky and flowed into the lion-headed demon's body. The candlelight filled the hall again, and the room was even brighter than before. It was as if the darkness had materialized and was all absorbed by the Night Lion. Then, he turned into the son of the sun, shining and dazzling. At this time, he was wearing a purple robe embroidered with the sun, moon and stars. His 2.5 meters body was unusually majestic. The golden lion's head was not only not terrifying, but also had a kind of unusual beauty, as if it was the most beautiful and sacred symbol in the world. Yi Shi lifted the goddess up without hesitation and hugged her in his arms. He sat on her soft couch and touched the petite goddess from top to bottom. The goddess did not resist at all. Instead, her eyes were blurred, and she was panting. She twisted her body and tried to cater to him. Although he was doing the most obscene things, the lion-headed man's face was still majestic and cold. After a while, the lion-headed man threw the goddess on the carpet and lay down comfortably on the soft couch. He rested his head on his hands and a trace of worry flashed in his black eyes. He sighed and said, "I hope you can persuade her." The goddess spread her legs on the ground and glared at the lion-headed man bitterly. She said, "Don't worry. That little moon singer will definitely go to Danny and Rise. But are you sure there's no problem in the Yen Sea?" "We should be able to trust Lalo on this matter," the lion-headed man said in a low voice. The goddess said worriedly, "I've been feeling uneasy ever since we made this plan." "Don't worry. Now that the River of Fate is in chaos, Danny and Rise won't be able to detect anything. Moreover, you, me, Lalo, and many of the dark gods in the Alliance are proficient in prophecy and fate techniques. If we join hands and attack her together, her spiritual senses' warning of danger will be suppressed to the lowest level, just like Balerion did 400 years ago," the lion-headed man said confidently. "Danny and Balerion are different. Suppressing spiritual sense was possible 400 years ago, but it doesn't mean that it will be possible 400 years later," the goddess said while shaking her head. "Are you worried about the three-eyed crow?" The lion-headed man muttered to himself, "As long as we don't enter Westeros and don't choose Westeros as our battlefield, the three-eyed crow won't be able to do anything." "It's not just the three-eyed crow. I'm afraid that the world's will give Danny and Rise its favor." 400 years ago, Balerion reached a dead end. Not only was he unable to turn the tide and save the world from falling, the dragon and magic civilization that he created were wantonly extracting the earth fire's magic power, further accelerating the world's decline. It's hard to imagine that this era only lasted for 8,000 years. The goddess's eyes were filled with vicissitudes. "Since I was born, I've never seen such a short era. 8,000 years. Even some gods can't have a good dream." The reason why it's so bad is because Valeglia extracted the earth fire without restraint. That's why Balerion was truly angered by the heavens and hated by the people. Actually, after Valeglia forced the lone river mother goddess to death, the world's origin abandoned him. Even earlier than that, Balerion lost his identity as the epoch's child. Us plotting against him could be said to be following the heavens' orders. At that time, the strongest heavenly god Balerion was muddle-headed before the great calamity, and he didn't sense any danger from his spiritual sense. It could be said that the world was on our side, and it would be difficult for us not to succeed. Dani Liz is different. She's now the world will's favorite, the guide of the river of fate. If we plot against her, we'll be going against the world. The lion-headed man was silent for a long time, and said, I've considered this problem long ago. But we all know that Dani Liz herself is a classic example of defying the heavens and changing fate. She should have followed the fate that had been planned long ago, and helped Lalo, let Lalo end the long night, and even save the world in the end. Fate is the external manifestation of the world will. She reversed fate and changed everything, which is tantamount to going against the world will. The world will is a heartless bitch, and it will spread its legs to whoever gives it more money. The goddess awkwardly closed her legs and pulled her long skirt to cover her private parts. The lion-headed man continued, You've received its favor, so have I, Balerion and Lalo have all received it, and we've all lost the favor of the heavens. Dani Liz is that bitch's benefactor today, but it doesn't mean that she can have it forever. As long as we pay more money, that bitch will definitely leave her and come into our arms. The world will is indeed a bitch who only cares about money, but can we afford that much money? The god of bitches asked. No, and we don't need it. The lion-headed man sneered. Don't take the world will too seriously. After hundreds of millions of years of observation, I'm sure that it's just a consciousness that maintains the normal operation of the law. Its judgment, execution, and flexibility are extremely poor, and it's not as good as a knowledgeable ordinary human. As long as a suitable person is arranged to replace Dani Liz as the savior of the world, even if the replacement is much worse than her, it will still accept reality. In the end, he said proudly and confidently, if Dani Liz can do it, so can we. Chapter 956. Then, who do you plan to choose as Dani Rise's savior? The goddess asked. That depends on who can benefit the most from Dani Rise. Night Lion's black eyes were emotionless, but there was obvious greed on his face. Her song of fire is too powerful, and it has the mastery of creation. Even the god of darkness, who has always stayed away from the 4 fundamental laws, can't help but yearn for it. The 4 fundamental laws represent the responsibility of supporting the operation of the world and stopping the world from falling. We avoid this responsibility because we know that the world's fall is unstoppable. Whoever blocks it will die. Even if they don't die, they will be crippled. Lalo may be dull, but he has always been ambitious. He has the ambition to save the world and even upgrade it. If that's the case, let him do what he wants. The hole of saving the world needs to be filled. If he falls, we won't lose anything. Therefore, from the last era to this era, we have been watching him play the role of a savior from the side. But this time it's the same. Dani Rise represents too much, so much so that I'm sure that as long as I can take her talent and her fire of creation, I can stop the world from falling. If saving the world has a 100% success rate, it's no longer a hole, but the sweetest pie. I want to take a bite too. Will Lalo agree? The goddess asked doubtfully. Of course not. Night Lion grinned, revealing his white teeth. We've agreed on the terms before the alliance. We'll make Dani Rise into a dish, and then we'll fight for the juiciest piece of meat with our strength. Whoever eats the most meat will be responsible for this long night. In other words, there will be 2 divine battles in the smoke sea? The goddess asked worriedly. It's not good for you to use the smoke sea as the battlefield. If it wasn't for Lalo's home ground, he wouldn't be willing to cooperate with me. Night Lion sneered. That unlucky guy is arrogant, but his life is thinner than paper. The elemental god who used to be second to none had his song of the laws stolen by mortals time and time again. Now, he even lost his position as a true god. If he really fights with me in a fair environment, he will become a juicy piece of meat, ha ha ha. A hint of hesitation flashed across the beautiful face of the goddess. She wanted to say something but stopped herself several times. The night lion sat on the soft couch and saw the goddess' expression on the carpet. He stopped laughing and asked, "What do you want to say?" "If we don't target Dani Rise, perhaps there won't be a twilight of the gods. If she can really stop the world from falling, it will be beneficial to all of us gods," the goddess said softly. "Maybe?" The night lion changed from a smiling lion to a furious lion. "Bastard, you want me to put my life and honor in the hands of a human? She may or may not act against the gods, but since there is such a possibility, any god with a little bit of dignity would not passively wait for her charity or a hopeless and dark future." The goddess's face turned pale. She quickly crawled under the night lion and gently hugged his leg. She leaned against him and smiled bitterly. "I don't mean anything else. It's just that our world has been falling. We finally had a chance to turn things around, but I didn't know that you have the same great ambition as Lalo. You want to save the world." Yishur pinched her chin and sneered. "Every time after the long night, my belief system almost collapses. Just like now, there are only a few people left in the huge garden of desire," the goddess said helplessly. "We need belief, but we don't live by it," the night lion lay back on the soft couch and said lazily. The goddess was silent for a long time and asked, "Even if we make all kinds of arrangements, even if we consider the world's will's favor for Dani Rise, will she follow our script?" The lion head sighed and said unhappily, "Do you feel the changes in the Song of Fire in the past 2 years? The new Song of Fire is already half completed. It's too fast." "It's only been a few years," the goddess exclaimed. "Almost 60%. Dani Rise's talent is so strong that it makes people despair," the night lion said with difficulty. "So, since hard work can quickly improve her strength, she has more reason to stay in the Westeros and develop the Song of Fire to 100%. By then, even if all the gods in the world work together, they might not be her match," the goddess said. "Do you know about the Wind Elves and Fire Elves?" the night lion asked. "Elemental elves transformed by the raven, the child of the forest," the goddess said. "Do you know how they are transformed?" the night lion asked again. The goddess thought for a moment and said, "I heard that Dani Rise often holds a fireball in each hand, and the raven's shadow is in the fireball. The Westeros also secretly discuss what she is doing. If I'm not wrong, she should be using the power of fire to create a real second life for the raven, an elemental life." Speaking of this, the goddess was amazed. As expected of the highest level of the Song of Fire. The power of creation is so magical. It seems that you have done your homework. You haven't been lying in the Garden of Desire all the time, the night lion smiled and stepped on her soft part with one foot. The goddess' eyes were watery as she moaned in response. The night lion sighed with satisfaction and said, "Dani Rise's Song of Fire can be improved so quickly. It should be related to the fire raven, just like how your divinity will increase when you are molested more often. Now that the fire raven seems to be gone, the speed of her perfecting the Song of Fire immediately slowed to a standstill. At this time, she received news from the Pale Moon Maiden and knew that the Alliance of Justice and Order was formed. She also knew that the Alliance of Justice and Order was planning against her. She also knew that her brother was in danger. Do you think she is anxious? She is such a domineering person. She must be anxious and angry, the goddess said. Although she is anxious and angry, she will not lose her mind. With her current strength, once she is surrounded by the Alliance of Gods, she will definitely die. I am not really looking forward to blackmailing her through the dwarf. No matter how much she values her illegitimate brother, Dani Rise will not be so stupid as to get herself involved. Of course, if she is really stupid, it will save us a lot of trouble, the Night Lion smiled. Will she go to the Yen Sea immediately? The goddess asked doubtfully. I hope she will go as soon as possible. The sooner she goes, the better for us. The Night Lion sighed helplessly and said, the Pale Moon Maiden's role is not to guide Dani Rise to do anything, but to confuse her sense of danger and give her a sense of urgency. She wants her to do something she is destined to do as soon as possible, take everything away from Balerion. Dani Rise is a powerful demigod who has comprehended many songs of laws. Even if we hide the plan by interfering with fate, when danger comes, a god's sense of danger will always sense it. The Pale Moon Maiden has become a double agent. Dani Rise will think that the sense of danger comes from the preaching team and confuse the real source of the danger. As for Balerion, the Night Lion's expression was grave. The dragon and magic civilization has caused the time of this era to be greatly shortened, but this does not mean that the Valeglia civilization is useless. In fact, in hundreds of millions of years of history, it is also the most glorious, the most powerful, the most energetic, and the most hopeful civilization. If Balerion is the starting point of the dragon and magic civilization, then Dani Rise is the final product of the Valeglia civilization. When one side occupies all of the other side's bloodline and soul, it means that the true crystallization of the Valeglia civilization is born. The winner will evolve greatly, and her talent and power will be raised to an unimaginable level. The former first god Balerion and now the most talented and fastest growing god Dani Rise. If the two become one, this. The goddess' face turned pale, and her voice trembled. If Dani Rise really devours Balerion, the gods will be finished. No god will be her match, not even the oldest god of darkness in the Far East. Night Lion nodded bitterly. Dani Rise also understands this, so she will go to the Smoke Sea to devour Balerion sooner or later. This is also her instinct, a necessity of fate. Because of this, the real battlefield will always be in the Smoke Sea. If we set a trap there, we will definitely be able to ambush her. When her song of fire increases to the speed of a turtle, when she feels the pressure from the Righteous Alliance, she will think of Balerion. Since she will go to the Smoke Sea sooner or later, why use a double agent to provoke her? The goddess muttered. Night Lion said helplessly, the difference between early and late is too big. Dani Rise's so-called slow cultivation is still frighteningly fast for others. If she is allowed to cultivate while killing deviant ghosts, a few years later, I am afraid she will step into the trap of the bear hunters. Tell me, who will be the unlucky one, the Megalosaurus or the unlucky hunters like us? The goddess was silent. Time is on her side. Night Lion grabbed his golden mane and said with a painful expression, if she is not dead after 10 years, no matter what the situation is, I will immediately return to the Far East and hide in the boundless dark land. I will escape as far as the world is big. Don't say such discouraging words. Your plan is in progress, and the future is beautiful. The goddess threw herself into his arms and comforted him softly. Yes, at least for now, everything is under my control. The lion head suddenly stood up and strode to the bedroom with the goddess in his arms. He opened the curtain and came to the bedside. He frowned as he looked at the sleeping naked man and said coldly, Reese, it's time to change the prince. After that, he threw the goddess on the other side of the bed and held Chui Ji's six-pack waist with his big palm. It was like a child pinching the middle of a deep-fried dough stick. Like a child biting a deep-fried dough stick, the lion head opened his big mouth and bit off Chui Ji's head. Crunch! Blood spurted out and covered the lion head's face. The prince's limbs twitched unconsciously. The goddess next to him leaned on the bed and supported her head with her hands, smiling as she watched the two lovers become one. Chapter 957. The Dragon Queen didn't even need the Righteous Alliance to use a trick within a trick, as she already had a plan to deal with Balerion. At around 5:00 in the morning, Rapid City was about to start a new round of ghouls. The 1001 wind ravens are gone. Danny casually tossed the wind spirit named Apricot Mushroom into the air and turned into a breeze. It passed through the air vent near the roof and merged with the whistling northern wind outside the house. Although the more wind spirits I convert, the lower the efficiency of the Song of Fire's growth will be, but it's still faster than normal training. Now that my cultivation speed has slowed down, I'm really not used to it. She stretched her body and spoke to the large raven on the vase. If you absorb the Green Prophet's seal, your soul should be able to reach the same level as the Mother Goddess. With a powerful soul, and your talent that has been pushed to the limit by the fishwood seed paste, your training speed will reach the limit, Bran said. I still have to wait for a few days before I can absorb the Green Prophet's seal. I have to wait until I divide the faith space into two and turn heaven and hell into real entities. Dragon Queen opened her arms and let the two centaur maids help her put on the pterosaur skin lining and the tile armor. What do you want to do? Bran asked curiously. The essence of the Green Prophet's seal is the combination of the Green Prophet's will to protect the Westeros. If I want to absorb it, I have to first destroy the will to protect the Westeros and the world. If I think about it carefully, the will to protect the world is the final legacy of the innumerable Green Prophets. It would be a pity to destroy it. Danny smiled bitterly. The three-eyed crow is willing to sacrifice itself to help me, but I can't accept it as a matter of course. The three-eyed crow represents a kind of inheritance and a kind of spirit. Even I can't deny that the three-eyed crow has always been fulfilling its responsibility to protect the Westeros. Although it tried its best, it didn't get any results. If I accept the three-eyed crow's gift, it'll be the same as accepting its responsibility to protect the Westeros. No one is forcing you, Bran said. Danny took the sword belt handed to her by Ji Chi and hung it on her waist. She sighed and said, "Why isn't forcing me?" The three-eyed crow was threatening him with death. If I had no moral integrity like Westeros nobles, I wouldn't have this problem. But I'm too proud of my honor and responsibility. The plump Ji Chi nodded repeatedly. She's simply too responsible. The Westeros are almost entirely supported by Calixi alone. Not only do they have to fight the deviant ghosts, but they also have to plan the production and life of the people under the long night. Since the Battle of Winterfell, I haven't danced for more than half a year. Jump, D. The big crow was puzzled. It's just dancing. It's very passionate and wild. It's a fast-paced crazy dance that's very characteristic of the centaurs. Ellie said with nostalgia. His Majesty is jumping too. The big crow had a strange look in its eyes. I think they're going to die. Danny smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the topic. How much strength do you have left after you left the Westeros? I plan to take some time to go back to Slave Bay and organize some people to get rid of the sheep eggs in the Sea of Smoke. With my current strength, I should be able to get rid of the ancestor of Valeglia in the deep sea trench. After I succeed, I won't be able to obtain many Valeglia's secret techniques. My endowment will be raised to the limit of a fire warlock, which will be unprecedented. The best part is that, just like the seal of the Green Prophet, my soul can absorb unlimited amounts of spiritual essence from the sheep eggs. Perhaps I can become the god of souls before becoming the true elemental god, Danny said excitedly. Spiritual essence was the foundation of the soul. After absorbing spiritual essence, the strength and volume of the soul would increase. But there was a limit to a human soul. After absorbing a certain amount of spiritual essence, the soul would reach its limit and be unable to absorb any more. It was just like how humans couldn't keep eating meat and growing taller. Megalosaurus could. Megalosaurus could keep eating meat, growing taller, absorbing spiritual essence, and strengthening the soul. After eating the weirwood seed paste for half a year, Danny's 1,000-year endowment was developed. She could keep absorbing spiritual essence, and her soul improved rapidly. During that time, Danny's soul strength increased by a few hundred times. The total volume and quality were equivalent to the souls of a few thousand humans. It was equivalent to eating the weirwood seed paste, and her soul completed a 1,000-year growth in half a year. With such a terrifying soul, she could quickly become a wind and fire demigod. She could improve the Song of Maxim without any bottlenecks and was qualified to use the power of creation. The soul was the foundation of supernatural power. Her current achievements couldn't be separated from the bowl of weirwood seed paste that she ate in the cave. Without the powerful soul power of 1,000 years of hard work, Dani couldn't even stand in front of El Hiller and Frost God. Just like a normal human facing a megalosaurus, they would be stiff and dizzy. They would even wet their pants under the dragon's aura. During the Battle of Winterfell, the king of deviant ghosts appeared. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Their consciousness was seized by fear, and they couldn't move. How could they fight in close combat? Even the strong-willed Urlu was not at a disadvantage because of the help of the demigod Aunt May. However, even after eating the weirwood seed paste, Dani's soul had reached its limit. Her innate talent had been fully developed, and the only thing left was to cultivate and improve her soul's quality. Of course, besides cultivating diligently, there were also treasures and miraculous encounters. For example, the second soul of the Ring of Wind could absorb the seal of the Green Prophet without limit. The first soul of the Nine-Colored Vortex could absorb 6,000 years of Great Wizard Valeglia's essence, without limit, which was the sheep's egg. The spiritual essence of deviant ghosts could also be absorbed by the second soul of the Ring of Wind, but there were fewer deviant ghosts and more ghouls. The increase in soul size and quality was only a side effect of the seal of the Green Prophet and the Great Wizard's essence. Their true effects were more powerful. That was why Dani was drooling over Balerion. Hearing her thoughts, Bran dissuaded her in a low voice. Now is not the time. Your power hasn't reached the point where it can't be improved anymore. You still have a lot of room for growth. There's no need to risk your life in the smoke sea. I know it's dangerous. That's why I'm asking you. How much power do you have left after leaving the Westeros? Dani asked. If I go to the continent of Ursos where there's no weirwood, I'll be a shapeshifter with a strong soul but no strength. Think about it. What can a shapeshifter help you with? Bran said helplessly. Jichi fastened the queen's cloak and said casually, there's weirwood in Slaver's Bay. I want it alive, Bran said calmly. It is alive, said Eerie. Impossible. Bran said firmly. Weirwood can't grow anywhere except in the Westeros. The weirwood on the Pyramid of Meereen has sprouted. Everyone knows that, Jichi said excitedly. Everyone knows, Eerie said. Bran looked at Dani in confusion and said, Westeros are actually the Mother Goddess Kingdom. That's why there's weirwood in Westeros. Why is there a living weirwood in Meereen? I thought the Gate God's kingdom was in the Noble Heart. Dani recalled the sacrificial ceremony before the city builder Brandon built the Great Wall. It happened in Hajien, in the place now called the Noble Heart. Under the roots of the giant weirwood, there was a different space, similar to the space of the Seven Gods. In fact, that space was still there. It was the place where the Green Prophet stored the Green Spring. In the future, Dani could secretly pour a cup of the Green Spring into anyone she liked when they were born. After they were born, they would be another Stark. The so-called protagonist family of the Song of Ice and Fire had become a commodity that could be produced in a fixed amount in the eyes of the Dragon Queen. Well, Dani couldn't do whatever she wanted. She couldn't pour the Green Spring into the heads of the believers of the Seven Gods. If they didn't have enough faith in the old gods, the amount of Green Spring they could absorb was limited. You've been to the last sanctuary and know about the Vagones passages that are all over the underground. Haven't you ever wondered where those passages came from? Bran said. I thought they were formed naturally, Dani said. Think about it. What would a giant tree leave behind if its roots were completely rotten? If that tree grew for billions of years, infinitely large, and ran through the continent, what would happen? You mean, there's a network of underground passages under the Westeros? They're all formed by the roots of the Gate God. Danny frowned. The big crow nodded and sighed. In the distant past, the Westeros were just a small island. As the mother goddess grew, the continent followed. The sanctuary existed for millions of years, and its main duty was to guard the world's gate. Before the sanctuary appeared, the task of guarding the world's gate was always undertaken by the mother goddess. Maybe it was because the world fell, or maybe the worlds will change the rules on its own accord. For some unknown reason, the true gods could no longer exist in the mortal world. As a result, the mother goddess shrank her roots and built a shelter under Hyeon's main body, leaving behind countless underground passages on the continent. We green prophet are to the mother goddess, just like the 7 angels are to the 7 gods. We should take over the mother goddess's task. Millions of years have passed, and most of the passages have collapsed, but some are still preserved. Especially the northern passages, because the northern part was the world's gate. The mother goddess invested more and more power there, and even sacrificed a part of her roots to build a sanctuary. That's how the fish seed paste you ate came about. So, do you understand why only the Westeros have fishwood? Why didn't the other gods dare or allow them to enter the Westeros? Why did the old gods born in the Westeros, such as Inami and the storm god, call the mother goddess mother? Why was the three-eyed crow chosen by the Westeros to be the protector of the world? Why did the believers of the old gods merge with the earth, mountains, and rivers after they died? It was because the Westeros were the mother goddess's divine kingdom, just like the 7 gods' heaven. Did the 7 gods' heaven allow gods to enter? Obviously not. The 7 gods' heaven was managed by angels like the Great Sparrow, while the Westeros' heaven was managed by the three-eyed crow. It was the same principle. All the creatures in the Westeros, even the ancestors, Undulls, and Loinars who migrated from the Ursos continent, were considered the children of the mother goddess as long as they were born in the Westeros. The believers of the old gods lived in the heaven from birth, and death wasn't sad. It was just another way to merge with the heaven. The essence of shape-shifting wasn't to control someone or occupy someone's body. It was a gift given by the mother goddess to intelligent life, and it allowed living beings to communicate without being bound by the physical body. Only by becoming a wolf can you understand wolves better. Danny was deeply shocked and fell into a long silence. Chi-Chi, on the other hand, stuck out her large chest and said in disdain, "Is the heaven of the old gods like this? Why do I feel like the people in the Westeros are living in hell?" The young and slender Ellie also pouted and said, "You can't tell anyone about this, or else the old gods won't have any faith. There's no hope in such a heaven." Chapter 958. Danny shook her head and smiled bitterly when she heard the centaur maid's disdain for the old god's heaven. The door god wasn't wrong. He succeeded. Before humans appeared, the Westeros were a paradise. It was a paradise where the children of the forest, the giants, the spirits of nature, and the strange creatures lived in harmony. The children of the forest's real name was the people who sang the praises of the earth. They had always been singing the praises of the earth, but they didn't build a civilization for millions of years. They didn't know how to smelt bronze, nor did they know how to grow wheat. They wore leaves woven from leaves, and relied on the most primitive harvesting, fishing, and hunting to survive. They seemed to be an inferior race. However, their intelligence and talents were superior to humans. They couldn't build a civilization because they lived in a civilization called Heaven on Earth. A civilization built by the door god. The centaur maid was stunned. She didn't seem to understand. Even Bran was shocked and puzzled. "It's strange for you to have such thoughts. You have doubts about the door god's heaven as well?" Danny asked with a smile. The big crow hesitated for a moment before it nodded lightly. "Your realm is still lacking. Let me ask you, what will the 7 gods' heaven look like in its final form?" Danny asked. "This." The big crow's pupils contracted. It muttered, "The current heaven seems to be showing signs of becoming the Westeros from millions of years ago. The way of life and the structure of society are different, but it's not much different from the door God's heaven. Dani had a complicated expression. She sighed and said, if you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have discovered this embarrassing matter. The Westeros were originally heaven. It was only due to the invasion of foreign species that it became hell. The holy spirits of heaven were all killed, and devils took over. The devil's residence is, of course, hell. To the people who sang the praises of the earth, humans who were born with original sin are devils. This is also the thought of the Green Prophet who turned himself into the first generation of deviant ghosts. I didn't quite understand it before. Now that you've said it, they've become the holy Saiyas who defended the God Nation, and we, the three-eyed crows, have become traitors, Bran said bitterly. It's a bit ironic, but that's the truth, Dani said disapprovingly. There's no right or wrong in this matter. It's just that we have different standpoints. Even if the Green Prophet killed all of his ancestors, would the other ghosts allow the Westeros to continue their heavenly lives? Bran shook his head and asked, what's with the weirwood in Meereen? It's the tree trunk that I cut off in the sanctuary. He had originally planned to use it to make a scabbard and a staff, but after seeing that it didn't wither for a long time, he put it in the backyard and raised it. I don't know why, but after the worshippers of the old gods paid their respects, they suddenly sprouted, and then. Speaking of this, Dani's expression became a little strange. You know, Door God left all of his inheritance to me, including a part of his incomplete life imprint. The life imprint absorbed the talent in his space-time talent, leaving behind a portion of the life imprint residue. Bran seemed to have understood something and said with a complicated tone, your talent of creating life from fire is really terrifying. To the gods, the life imprint is only a name, and no one has really seen it. It's just a concept of nothingness, but it really exists. Just like how ordinary people can't see the souls of the dead in the world of the dead, other creatures can't come into contact with it. But not only can you see it, you can even make limited edits to it. Dani said regretfully, Door God's life imprint is too incomplete. I tried to burn it with fire, trying to burn it into an elemental tree, but it failed. When the Mother God's root and trunk were split in half, half of the life imprint was also missing. And 8,000 years ago, it really died, and the life imprint has been dissipating, so it must be even more incomplete now. But, I really can't imagine, you even burned the Mother God. Bran said bitterly. Dani was also a little embarrassed and argued, I didn't desecrate Door God's body, I just wanted to save it and give it a new life. If the Door God could be burned into an elemental weirwood, how powerful would it be? How awe-inspiring would the Dani Bodhisattva who held the weirwood look if she put the weirwood in a jade bottle? Has the life imprint fused with the weirwood's trunk? Bran asked. Yes, it's too incomplete, and I can't burn it into an elemental tree with an independent life. I can only fuse it with the weirwood. I can't sense the new life imprint after the fusion, so I just put it in the backyard and let it grow wild. It can also be considered a kind of new life. The big crow's red eyes flickered with excitement, and it asked anxiously, is the weirwood connected to the river of time? Are you talking about the memories of observing the tree? Dani asked. How can a tree have any memories? Bran smiled bitterly. The Mother God's natural talent is time. The three-eyed crow's consciousness entered the trunk to observe the past and future along the timeline, and it has nothing to do with memories. It's just like when your father burned my uncle and grandfather in the Red Fort. It happened in the Imperial Court, so how could there be any trees around it? The nearest tree was in the Divine Forest several hundred meters away, but I still saw the whole process through the tree's roots. Then, you saw me, do you still remember? Dani nodded. She had once entered the tree's roots to observe the tree's memories. It was in the sanctuary, and she had just eaten the weirwood seeds. When her consciousness entered the tree's roots, she saw many scenes, including the Red Fort's tragedy. When it was over, she met Bran, and her consciousness left the tree's roots and returned to the real world. Do you understand what this means? Bran sighed softly. If time is a river, and I go against the current and return to a certain point in the past, then no matter when you return to that point, we will still meet, because that point is fixed. Danny understood what he meant. It was just like how a person from the Qing dynasty traveled to Xianyang in 1900, when Yingzheng ascended the throne, and she traveled to Xianyang in 2020, when Yingzheng ascended the throne. Even if there were 120 years between them, they could still see each other at the same time. If Danny saw Bran in the Red Fort's tragedy, then it meant that they weren't observing the tree's memories, but traveling through time. That weirwood can connect to the river of time, but it can only be traced back to the day it was planted, Danny said. I can't give you a reason, but I have a feeling that you should need it. It's best if you keep it with you, Bran said hesitantly. A prophecy? Danny was surprised. No. The big crow shook its head. It's just a feeling. What's the use of that thing? Danny asked again. Bring it here and let me study it. Maybe I can find the answer. Danny pondered for a moment and felt that she could let Little Green go back and change shifts with Little Gold. Recently, Qizong had been showing off his power, and the dragon babies around her were all eating greasy food. Maybe it was time for Little Gold to enjoy it. Well, Little Red was acting as a battery in the Great Wall, and Big Black, Little White, and Little Green were around Mother Dragon. Basically, Big Black ate 2, and Little White and Little Green ate 1 each. Roughly speaking, Little White and Little Green had eaten 4 or 5 evil gods. If they settled down for a period of time, they should be able to become demi-divine dragons. Meanwhile, Little Gold in Slave Bay was still a white dragon. Danny felt that it was time for Little Five to come to Mother Dragon's side to nourish its body. Calixie, it's time to go down and eat breakfast, Ellie reminded. They were currently in Rapid City, where the Tully family lived. There was a volunteer group of 3,000 people stationed in the city. After breakfast, Dragon Queen was going to lead the soldiers to the Oak Hall in the south. There was a group of nearly 30,000 ghouls gathered in that area. After more than 2 months of Dragon Queen's purge, the deviant ghosts of the Westeros changed their tactics again. They no longer moved in large groups with more than 100,000 ghouls. Hundreds of medium-sized groups of 20 to 30,000 ghouls attacked in all directions, making Dragon Queen unable to deal with them all. It could be said that the anti-ghost cause had entered the 3rd phase of the stalemate. In the first phase, the Japanese formed a large army and advanced by leaps and bounds, sweeping away all the castles and human armies that dared to block their path. They couldn't wait to destroy the Westeros in 3 months. At this time, the number of ghouls killed by the humans was much lower than the number of ghouls born. It was equivalent to the outbreak period of the epidemic. In the second phase, Dragon Queen rode the Megalosaurus and fought for 3,000 miles in a day. The Blade Storm turned the tide and the deviant ghosts' rampant massacres were stopped. At this time, Danny killed an average of 100,000 ghouls a day. The number of ghouls born was lower than the number of ghouls killed. The epidemic reached a turning point. In the third phase, deviant ghosts no longer gathered in large groups. It was equivalent to giving up on large castles temporarily. At this time, the number of ghouls slowly increased while the number of humans slowly decreased. It was barely in a stable period. This situation seemed to be disadvantageous for the humans, but it could buy time for Danny to cultivate. The humans could also take the opportunity to improve their supernatural powers. Danny hoped that things would stay this way for at least 5 years. After 5 years, her power would increase by several times. She might be able to sing a complete song. After 5 years, the Magic Academy that had started to open on a large scale could cultivate thousands of worker bee wildfire mages. Danny entered the dining room and sat down at the dining table in front of the fireplace. Lord Ju came over one after another to greet her. Then, he sat down next to her. While they were chatting, a will that represented death suddenly entered the world of death of the Westeros. It kept showing off its mutated divine power. Is someone looking for me? Dany had a thought. She came to a realization. Usually, if the other death gods did not steal the souls of the believers of the seven gods, even if they entered the Westeros, they would not attract the attention of the stranger. Unless they were unlucky and happened to meet Dany or Blackie, who entered the stranger state and placed their main consciousness in the world of death. Of course, due to the existence of the three-eyed crow, even someone as powerful as Lalo would not personally go to the Westeros to receive his believers. Now, Dany had not absorbed 80% of the Green Prophet's seal, nor did she enter the stranger state. Bran was still an incomplete three-eyed crow. If a death god sneaked into the Westeros, the two of them would not notice it. However, this death god kept emitting divine power waves that were different from the stranger state. It was like Dany and Bran were eating in their house. They could not see the thief outside the courtyard, but he kept shouting. As long as the people in the house were not dead, they could hear him. "It's Light Moon's virgin," Bran immediately said. Dany was multitasking. One of her consciousness stayed in the castle to eat breakfast with the generals. The other consciousness put on the stranger's disguise and went to the place where the mutated divine power waves were emitted. It was the Stitch Sakura monster, who was anxiously and vigilantly looking around. A medium-length coat made of gray canvas hung loosely on his body. It was like a size 3X suit hanging on a size M doll. His eyes and mouth were sewn together with black hemp rope. "Your Majesty, I surrender to you. I lied to you. The gods have already formed an alliance, and their target is you." Chapter 959. Pale Moon Chu Nu accepted the alliance's request and went to Lizzie to meet the goddess of lust last night. She thought that the goddess had always been outside the alliance of justice and order, but she didn't know that the goddess and Night Lion were old friends. She also didn't know that the goddess's theory of sitting on the fence to save her life wasn't to explain her actions, but to tempt her, who was already suspected by the alliance, to sit on the fence. Pale Moon Chu Nu was indeed moved by the goddess's theory. Her life was more important than anything else. Even if she had to bow down to a junior, it was still better than being annihilated. But the reason why Pale Moon Chu Nu joined the alliance was to save her life. She was the mouthpiece and courier of the Alliance of Justice and Order. She personally participated in the establishment of the alliance and deeply understood how powerful the Alliance of Justice and Order was. This was her misconception. The real power of the Alliance of Justice and Order was only revealed to her at the tip of the iceberg. She was suspected to be a spy of the Dragon Queen, or at least had an affair with the Dragon Queen. Night Lion and Lalo deliberately deceived her with false secrets in order to pass fake information to Dany through her. In short, the Dragon Queen had never trusted her and treated her as a chess piece to distract the Alliance's attention. The Alliance of Justice and Order thought that she was reliable at first, but when the pockmarked knight was captured alive by the Dragon Queen, she somehow regained her freedom. After that, the Alliance of Justice and Order no longer trusted her and treated her as a chess piece to mislead the Dragon Queen. It was sad that the most persevering, talented, and accomplished Moon Chant in history was just a dispensable chess piece in the eyes of the real boss. What was even more sad was that this chess piece thought that she was important and that her decision would affect the future of the world. She tossed and turned and couldn't sleep for a night. After thinking hard and hesitating for a while, she came to the Westeros the next morning. Mainly at midnight, she received a piece of news and was greatly stimulated. That night, the masked evil monk went on a killing spree in Tarosai and killed 3 gods in one breath, including the goddess of lust in Tarosai, Mirthia's spirit in Tarosai. Chizong was so cruel, but he was just a dog of the Dragon Queen. Pale Moon Chu Nu made a decision. She wanted to learn from the old senior, Mirthia's survival by sitting on the wall skill. "Your Majesty, I'll be honest with you. I've lied to you before, and the gods have no intention of resolving their grudges with you. Of course, you also lied. You never gave up on the Twilight of the Gods plan. Last time, I lied in the Sea of Grief as well. My goal was to lure you into the trap that the gods had prepared for you. Of course, you're still lying. You've never trusted me, and you've long known that the plan to kill the Black Mountain Goat was a conspiracy. Pale Moon Chu-Nu spoke the absolute truth. When Dragon Queen heard the truth, she felt a little sick of it. Feeling wronged and angry, she said, "How did I lie? For the past few months, I've been fighting deviant ghosts in Westeros. I've never thought of provoking the gods. Why are you so sure that I want to create the twilight of the gods? And when we met in the Sea of Grief, I didn't suspect you at all. I really wanted you to gather information, and then get rid of the Black Mountain Goat once and for all. But the incident in Casterly Rock City was too sudden, and the situation of the 7 countries against the ghosts completely collapsed. I can't give up the great cause of saving Westeros and saving the world just because of the Black Mountain Goat, can I?" Looking at her wronged and angry expression, and hearing her firm and resolute voice, Pale Moon Chu-Nu's heart wavered. Could it be that I've misunderstood the Dragon Queen? If I've really misunderstood her, then should I still submit to her? If she's telling the truth, it means that she's a silly and sweet, true saint. How can a silly and sweet king of evil gods defeat the cunning and vicious alliance of justice and order? Pale Moon Chu-Nu's pale cheeks twisted. I didn't expect you to be a double agent. To think that I spared your life last time. She was still in a dilemma, but Dragon Queen had already put on a cold face and began to investigate her crime of betrayal. Well, stranger showed her face today. With the halo of Super Mary Sue, her black hair almost absorbed the surrounding light, and her blood-red eyes were like a pair of searchlights. Although the skin on her cheeks was smooth and delicate, it was as white as a layer of white paint, the kind that was deathly pale. With this appearance, no one would believe that she wasn't the god of death. Of course, it had to be at a comic convention. In this world, in the eyes of the ocean god of death, Pale Moon Chu-Nu, the current Dragon Queen was very non-mainstream. She didn't have the filthy, sloppy, rotten, strange, evil, dark, twisted temperament that the orthodox god of death had. Although she was non-mainstream, her aura was several times stronger than the last time they met, which made the orthodox god of death feel awe. Your Majesty, I've realized my mistake, please forgive me. The stitched cherry monster knelt down and begged. The red-eyed, black-haired god of death didn't let him get up. Instead, she extravagantly used the divinity of death to condense a floating skull throne in the air. She sat on it proudly and said coldly, "Tell me, who are the 7 giants of the Alliance of Justice and Order?" Looking at the black leather boots above her head, Pale Moon Chu-Nu was a little depressed. But there was a huge suffocating power of death coming from the throne, so she didn't dare to be angry. Your Majesty, where did you hear that there are 7 giants in the Alliance of Justice and Order? If the leaders of the Alliance are giants, there are only 3 of them, Lalo, Night Lion, and Pale Holy Child, the stitched cherry monster said doubtfully. If there are 3 giants, why don't they call themselves the Avengers Alliance? Dany said something that the other party didn't understand. Although she didn't understand, Pale Moon Chu-Nu still explained honestly, if they are the Avengers, it means that the gods have been hurt by you. It sounds very passive. And the main reason why we formed the alliance is to get rid of you before you hurt us. Well, that makes sense, Dany said disdainfully. Lalo has actually fallen to the level of being called a giant on the same level as ordinary gods. Your Majesty, do you have some misunderstanding about the levels of gods? Pale Moon Chu-Nu was shocked. Night Lion and Pale Holy Child are not ordinary. They are the most powerful demon gods in the Far East Dark World. Dany said disdainfully, in my eyes, demon gods without the status of true gods are all ordinary. Then what about me? Pale Moon Chu-Nu couldn't help but ask. You? Dany looked down at her critically and asked, can you block Chi Zhang's Holy Mother Palm? When I was dealing with Crocodile God in Pentos, I should have been able to. But later on, he advanced by another level. I might not be able to block his attack, Pale Moon Chu-Nu said bitterly. Then, in your eyes, what is a person who can't even block one attack from my underling? Danny asked again. Pale Moon Chu Nu was like a frosted eggplant, deflated. Your Majesty, generally speaking, gods are divided into 6 types: wild gods, city gods, elementary law gods, intermediate law gods, top law gods, and true gods. I am considered one of the more powerful city gods. If we use aristocratic titles to classify gods, I can also be considered a count, she said tactfully. I thought gods were only divided into demigods and true gods, Danny said. Tell me, how do you define them? Wild gods are elementary demigods with divinity but no priesthood. Without a priesthood, they can't even develop faith. When their divinity increases and their priesthood evolves, they can build temples and tell the general public about their priesthood so that they can receive worship from those who ask for it. Such gods need faith to grow, so they often build temples and develop churches in cities. Hence, they are called city gods. After their divinity evolves into priesthood, their priesthood will continue to increase. When their priesthood reaches its peak, if they have enough talent, they can comprehend the Song of Law. But many gods have already reached their peak, but they don't have talent and can't harmonize with the world's laws. That's why your illegitimate brother is so coveted by the gods. His bloodline and spirit are equivalent to a key that can open the connection between gods and the world's laws, because you are the one who chanted the laws. We'll talk about my brother later. Danny waved her hand. Thus, Pale Moon Chu Nu continued the previous topic. The Song of Law has started. 1% to 5% are elementary law gods. 99% and above are advanced law gods. Between the two are intermediate law gods. You are now an intermediate law god. Night Lion, Pale Holy Child, and even the goddess of beauty and lust, Murtya, are all advanced law gods. Night Lion is like you, he has comprehended many kinds of songs of law. Danny frowned and said, this method of classifying gods is very unreasonable. Even Sheepegg can't find a place on it. Who is Sheepegg? Pale Moon Chu Nu asked blankly. You don't even know Sheepegg. When did you achieve the Tao? Danny asked. I'm a new god. The gods born in this era and the last era are all new gods. Sheepegg is Balerion. You were born in the last 6,000 years. Danny frowned and asked. Ah, it's him. Pale Moon Chu Nu came to a realization. Then, she smiled bitterly and said, I became a demigod 1,300 years ago. 300 years later, I was chosen by Bravos to be the god of the city. But Balerion is the world's first god. How can I not know about his early deeds? Everyone knows, but who dares to say it? Just like in your early years, when you were still barefooted and wearing ragged clothes that exposed your bones and flesh, when the streets were windy and rainy, you would huddle in front of my temple and eat roasted sweet potatoes. Because you threw the skin of the sweet potatoes, you were chased away by the priests in the temple like a stray dog. But do I dare to say it? I hate that I can't forget this memory. Your Majesty, Balerion can sing the complete Song of Law. He is a true god. But after the last long night, the world is unable to grant him the status of a true god. If the status of a true god is a fruit on a tree, the fruit tree is 3 stories tall. The world's energy level is 4 stories tall, and each story is 4 meters tall. Under normal circumstances, one could reach the fruit on the tree by climbing to the 3rd story. Balerion had already reached the 3rd story. Unfortunately, the world's energy level had started to shrink. The story dropped from 4 meters to 3 meters. The fruit tree was still 12 meters tall outside the story, but it was only 9 meters to the 3rd story. At this time, if Balerion wanted to touch the fruit of a true god, he had to climb to the 4th story. What was the 4th story? In the past, the 4th story was the king of gods. The gods who had picked the fruit of a true god before the world pendant were still true gods. They were still on the 3rd story. They held the fruit of a true god, but it dropped from 12 meters to 9 meters. But Balerion was more than 9 meters tall and was approaching 12 meters. So, he was one of the strongest gods in this era. Yes, I heard that some of the gods of darkness were closer to the fourth story than him, but their reputation was not as prominent as Balerion's. For example, the Pale Holy Child, the Night Lion, and Lalo. Phew. The stranger Dani, who had a stern expression, immediately relaxed after hearing the last name. She let out a long sigh. You scared me. You were so serious about it and made it sound so mysterious. I thought the fourth story was high. So it's Lalo's height. Chapter 960. Your Majesty, you said that Lalo had fallen and mingled with the Night Lion and the Pale Holy Child. Why do you look down on him now? Pale Moon Maiden asked carefully. Dani said proudly, that's because I looked down on the Night Lion and the Pale Holy Child. In my eyes, Lalo is a tramp, the Night Lion and the Pale Holy Child are beggars. Tramp mingles with beggars, so of course I look down on Tramp. But when you boasted and praised the Night Lion and the Pale Holy Child, it only turned them from beggars to tramp. I still look down on them. Not only was Pale Moon Maiden not affected by the Queen's heroism, but she also felt regret. The Dragon Queen was blinded by the sudden increase in power and became arrogant. Your Majesty, Lalo is the representative of the world's ultimate power. You can understand by looking at the red god temples all over the world. Whoever gets the biggest share of the cake is the boss. She advised earnestly. Dani, the death god on the skull throne, waved her hand and laughed. Do you think I will look down on the Alliance of Justice? On the contrary, the more I look down on the enemy strategically, the more I pay attention to the big three tactically. Then she asked, tell me, who are the members of the Alliance? How many are there? Pale Moon Maiden named 70 to 80 gods one by one, but Dani had only heard of a few of them. Finally, she said helplessly, more than 200, but the exact number cannot be calculated. How can there be so many? So many that it is impossible to calculate. Dani was surprised and happy. Didn't you catch a spirit under the command of the goddess Mirthia last time? Shirwei Yangshin is the noble illegitimate child of the Targaryens. Taking this name, she has the responsibility to protect the honor of the Targaryens. In the end, this is the Targaryens' family business. What does it have to do with the goddess Mirthia? Dragon Queen said coldly. You snatched someone else's angel and said it had nothing to do with them. You are too overbearing. Pale Moon Maiden complained in her heart, but she explained, just like Mirthia, many powerful gods of the law have more than one spirit. A divine system like Mirthia, which had close ties with humans, could easily calculate the number of envoys. However, there were some hidden gods that the gods did not even know their real names, let alone the spirits in the gods' kingdom. As a result, the number of gods in the alliance and their identities could not be fully calculated. They could only make a rough estimate, which was no less than 200. However, you should not underestimate those spirits. Spirits do not mean that they are weak. In fact, they are stronger than many wild gods. For example, your angel Matthew is also a spirit, but he can kill gods easily. Why are they targeting me? Dani looked innocent and asked in distress. Your Majesty, since things have come to this point, can't you be more honest? But he didn't dare to ask the Queen frankly. Instead, he asked euphemistically, have you felt any sense of crisis in your spiritual sense recently? Dani pursed his lips and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, there have always been. There are always evil people who want to harm me. Pale Moon Chunu's face twitched as she asked, has your sense of crisis increased recently? Sigh, now that you've reminded me, it seems to have become stronger. Dragon Queen sighed helplessly. You have a sense of crisis, and so do the gods. The crisis that haunts their hearts comes from you. So, the Alliance of Justice and Order is not targeting you, but you are targeting them. In the past 2 years, the gods in the world have more or less felt uneasy, and they have started to contact each other. The gods that were killed by Qizong were the same. They lack a sense of security, and only power is the most powerful guarantee. So, the wild gods and city-state gods went out to look for opportunities to increase their strength, and then they obtained the most complete peace, and the world became peaceful. Dani complained in her heart. Sigh, the level of chaos in the transcendent world now exceeds the sum of the past few thousand years. Pale Moon Chu-Nu sighed. What kind of schemes does the Alliance of Justice and Order have against me? Dani asked. First, they have to help Lalo snatch your identity as the savior as soon as possible, not as the great savior, who stopped the world from falling, but as the little savior, who killed the king of strange ghosts. It has to be fast, so fast that you haven't had time to fully develop the Song of Fire. Pale Moon Chu-Nu emphasized. What's the use of that? Dani laughed. The death of the king of strange ghosts means that the long night is coming to an end. When that time comes, summoning the sun will become the trend of the world. But you don't have the status of a true god, so you won't be able to complete the Song of Laws in a short time. Can you summon the sun? The sneer on Dani's face disappeared. If you can't, then the trend is on Lalo's side. He has just ended the long night, so he will definitely be favored by the world's will, and he is the best candidate to summon the sun. Lalo can summon the sun now. He has lost his status as a true god long ago, Dani said. That's why the gods support Lalo. Pale Moon Chu-Nu said seriously. I'm not a true god, so I don't have a direct feeling of the status of a true god. But one thing is certain, even if a true god loses his status, he can easily pick it up again. Just like your family, even if they lose the Iron Throne, compared to a powerful family that has never been a king, they are more orthodox in the hearts of the people, and it is easier for them to seize the kingdom. In short, when that time comes, Lalo can only summon the sun by swallowing you. And once he swallows you, he can even stop the world from falling. This is beneficial to the world and the creatures in the world. So, are you willing to sacrifice for the world? Whether you are willing or not, the gods will force you, the humans who are almost driven crazy by the long night will force you, and all the creatures in the world who look forward to the sun will also force you. In this way, the world's will begin to force you. Maybe, except for yourself, all the creatures in the world who have consciousness want you to sacrifice yourself. When that time comes, what will you do? What a good move. Dani sighed and asked, Bran, what do you think? A big black crow appeared on the handguard of the skull throne like bubbles. Three-eyed crow. Pale Moon Chu-Nu was a little frightened and almost fled. The big crow glanced at her and said lightly, the plan of the Alliance of Justice and Order is not a problem, but it is not very feasible. Because your majesty has a firm will, even if all the humans die and the world is destroyed, your mind will not waver. What are you talking about? Am I so selfish? Dani said unhappily. This is not selfish, you are the future of the world, the real trend. As long as you can control the power of the first flame, all the humans die, the world is destroyed, and the river of destiny is cut off. It is just a matter of reopening the sky. The creation of the world is within your thoughts. How big of a deal is the destruction of the world? Bran said lightly. Not bad, Bran, you are indeed the three-eyed crow, you can see the big picture and the trend clearly. Dani nodded with satisfaction. The creation of the world is too far away, your majesty, you have to be more realistic. You don't care about the reactions of the humans, but what about the will of the world? Pale Moon Chu-Nu mumbled. Bran, you continue, Dani said. The will of the world is a stupid bitch, if you slap it a few times and spit at it now, it will hate you, but it can't do anything to you. After a few years, when you finish singing the complete Song of Fire, it will still come over and give you the greatest love. The only thing is that you can't give that bitch too long to wait, otherwise, it will become a mad dog, irritable, unreasonable, and then bite you. If Lalo takes care of the King of Strange Ghosts this year, then don't think about using another 10 years to slowly cultivate. So, I have to wait for the King of Strange Ghosts to die later? Danny asked strangely. The big crow shook his head and said, first of all, the god of frost and the long night are not so easy to deal with. Sadly, now is not the coldest time. When the river is frozen, when the waves are calm, when the sea dies, when the wind stops, and when there is no difference in temperature between the inside and outside of the Great Wall, the real long night will come. Secondly, in the Westeros, no one can snatch the head of the King of Strange Ghosts from you. The King of Strange Ghosts may go to the continent of Ursos, Pale Moon Chu Nu suddenly said. Bran was surprised. Why do you say that? Even I don't know its whereabouts. I'm not sure, Pale Moon Chu Nu frowned. I'm just a mouthpiece in the alliance, Lord Night Lion didn't tell me the whole plan. But as a moon singer, I heard some clues from some of his words. It seems that Night Lion is 100% sure that the continent of Ursos will also have strange ghosts. Bran said solemnly, how is Night Lion so sure? The people of Bravos can't wait to set up a net on the narrow sea of 400 kilometers, any iceberg from the trembling sea near the land can't escape their surveillance. I've also been paying attention to the surface of the narrow sea. Once there are signs of icebergs forming, I'll immediately send out a warning. I don't know. Even if His Majesty Night Lion wants to hide it, the Moon Singer's premonition can't detect it. Just like what you're going to do, I can't predict it, Pale Moon Chu Nu said helplessly. The big crow closed its eyes, its consciousness searching the turbid river of fate. After a long time, it opened its eyes and said, Fate didn't give a clear answer, but I suddenly have a very bad premonition in my heart. The situation seems to be really out of control. Your Majesty, you have to hurry up and sing the complete Song of the Law as soon as possible, only then will you be in an invincible position. Find a chance to deal with Balerion? Danny frowned and asked. On the same day, less than an hour apart, Bran was faced with the same problem twice. He wasn't as resolute as before. He hesitated and said, maybe, I should really take a risk. This was Night Lion's purpose. He let Pale Moon Chu Nu expose the Alliance's plan to give Danny a sense of urgency. At this time, not only did Danny not realize that it was a trap within a trap, but even the three-eyed crow also fell into the trap. If Danny remained unmoved, the Alliance of Justice would not suffer any losses. They would assist Lalo and use their power to coerce others. This was an open scheme, and they were not afraid of being exposed. If Danny was anxious and rushed into the Smoke Sea's encirclement, Night Lion would be happier. Compared to using his power to force the Dragon Queen to die and then helping Lalo, Night Lion wanted to directly get rid of the extraordinarily talented son of the era in the Smoke Sea, and then he could use his strength to get a share of the loot. As for why Night Lion and the other dark demon gods would rather help Lalo than tolerate the Dragon Queen, the Alliance of Justice was formed mainly to protect themselves. The Twilight of the Gods was definitely not an excuse that they made up to target the Dragon Queen. If you asked Danny to tell you the truth, when you sing the Song of the Law of Wind and Fire and become the strongest heavenly god in the world, when you can kill a large group of evil gods with a slap, will you kill them with a slap? Of course you will. Feeding the dragon babies, conflicting views, and fighting for supremacy in the divine world were all reasons. After living for hundreds of millions of years, those evil gods could not be NPCs and not sense the omens of death. Hence, Danny and the gods would definitely have a battle. She could not lie to herself, and she could not lie to others. When Danny and Bran were silent, Pale Moon Chu Nu continued, using their power to coerce others is the Alliance of Justice's overall strategy. If they have the chance to kill you directly, they will definitely not let it go. For example, after the scripture team appeared, they came up with a new plan. You value your family so much, and you love your illegitimate brother so much. They plan to threaten his life and force you to save him. This way, they can set up a trap to ambush you. If you still do not appear when Tyrion is in danger, the Alliance will simply capture him and use him to threaten you. If you do not even accept the threat, the hundreds of gods will each use the cruelest means to torture him. They will make him suffer so much that he will wish he was dead. They will make you grieve so much that he will cry out miserably. They will make you lose the heart to cultivate, and they will make him beg for death. They will make you commit a grave mistake in extreme pain and sorrow. How cruel, how vicious the evil gods are. They hit where it hurts. They have my fatal weakness. The stranger Dany clutched her chest. Her face was filled with pain, embarrassment, fear, and confusion. Chapter 961. Bran, what do you think of the evil plan of the Alliance of Justice? The Dragon Queen lost her composure, her face full of anxiety, like an anxious mother whose son was targeted by a vixen. If he was not in his crow form, Bran would have twitched his mouth and rolled his eyes. Your Majesty, Tyrion's loyalty and love for the Targaryen family, and you are no less than your concern for him. So, there is no need to bring up the suggestion of summoning him back to the Westeros. He has vowed to complete the mission and will not give up halfway, Bran advised. Look at him, he is so eloquent and sensible. No wonder he has surpassed Old Bart, Big Bear, and Garth to become the Queen's favorite guard in less than a month after joining the White Knights. The Pale Moon Maiden was deeply shocked. Prince Zeon is so determined. No wonder he still insists on staying in the team after experiencing the 4 ghosts of the Narrow Sea. If the dwarf was here, he would definitely complain with tears streaming down his face, I want to go back too, but I will lose half of my magic permanently. Not only is my good sister not willing to reimburse me, she also insists on not giving me anything if I don't deserve it. Even if I die of old age or illness, she will not give me any blessings from the 7 gods. Even worse, if I want to leave the team, I will have to leave Tessa to Chizong as a mount. I can't even guarantee my safety if I go back by boat. If I am captured by the evil gods alone in the Narrow Sea, even my life-saving Chizong is gone, do I dare to go back? Sigh, no matter what, I have to persuade him. If something happens, I will never be able to rest easy, the Dragon Queen said worriedly. The Big Crow looked down at the Pale Moon Maiden below the throne. How does the Alliance of Justice plan to deal with the team? I heard that Tyrion is lustful, so the Alliance asked me to persuade Goddess Mirthia of List to arrange for her spirits, or she will do it herself. To deal with a lustful man, wouldn't the Goddess of Lust be a piece of cake? At this point, Pale Moon Chu Nu became hesitant. But the effect doesn't seem to be very good. Just last night, the Goddess of Lust of Tarosai, Miranda, was smashed into ashes by Chizong. Hey, why is Chizong so ruthless? Dragon Queen pretended to be shocked, hurriedly asking, tell me, what exactly happened? The Big Crow closed its eyes. There's no need to mention Miranda's appearance and temperament. She's also one of the most powerful envoys under Goddess Mirthia. Like Chizong, she's a level 3 envoy who can use the power of laws. In the eyes of the Alliance, no man should be able to resist her. Actually, most gods, regardless of gender, would be mesmerized by Miranda's charms, and in the end. That evening, Chizong's group set off from heading towards Tarosai. Along the way, they ran into the Blood Shark 5 dragons, delaying them quite a bit of time. By the time they reached their destination, it was already close to midnight. In the past, as one of the few large trading city-states in the Narrow Sea, Tyroshi's night market was also very developed. However, it was now a long night, and the sea trade was almost completely dead. There were barely any decent people on the streets. Moreover, the 5 master and disciple of the Sutra teaching team were not as recognizable as Tang Sanzang's disciple. Walking on the dark streets, if one did not look carefully, one would not be able to recognize them. Therefore, after entering the city, the 5 master and disciple were like ordinary merchants, and did not attract a large crowd of onlookers. In this state, When they passed by the Passion Garden, they met a beautiful girl holding a red lantern, soliciting customers on the streets. "Come on, let's have fun, we have plenty of time anyway." The dwarf hardened his rod on the spot, and even the hunting dog was a little mesmerized. Varys was a eunuch, so he was unmoved. Arya was a woman, so she was moved. Chizang was a man, but he coldly glared at the girl, scolded his disciple, and left. After turning a corner, they met another young woman holding a red lantern, soliciting customers on the streets. She was like a juicy peach that was about to explode. "Come on, let's have fun, we have plenty of time anyway, Master Chizang, it's already late. Lord Tyroshi might already be asleep. Why don't we go to the palace tomorrow? Let's split up here. Varys will take you to find an inn, and I'll explore the local conditions and customs of this place." The dwarf stopped and stared at the pair of peerless weapons on the woman's and man's bodies. "Master Chizang, I'm not listening to your preaching tonight. I want to go to the Passion Garden, fuck me." The hunting dog was even more frank and direct. "The Holy Mother is merciful. This is not a peaceful place. Let's go. The Lord said he would wait for us." "Don't be late," Chizang said forcefully. Speaking of Passion Gardens in Tyroshi, there are indeed many of them. After walking for another 2 streets, he bumped into another one. A handsome young man wearing tight leather pants was standing there, causing his lower body to bulge out. "Come on, let's have fun, we have plenty of time anyway." He raised his beautiful face, winked, and sang coquettishly. The dwarf shuddered as memories of the past that he could not bear to recall surfaced in his mind. He could not help but quicken his steps as if he was running away. "Let the other ghost chicken tip eat this thing." The hunting dog cursed, unable to bear it. A hint of curiosity appeared on Arya's cold horse face. She looked back and forth between that lump and that face. She couldn't help but slow down. Varys was still unmoved. The strange thing was that Master Chizang approached the handsome young man and stared straight at him, as if he was mesmerized. The handsome young man thought that he had succeeded. He smiled proudly and flirted even more, even getting closer to Chizang. The disciples were all stunned. "Are you serious?" Chizang looked at the handsome young man wrapped around his old, thin body like a water snake. "Come on, let's have fun, we have plenty of time anyway," the young man sang again. "Come on, hey, fairy, you've crossed the line. Great mighty heavenly dragon, Holy Mother's palm." Master Chizang suddenly shouted. His body expanded, shining with golden light. Green dragons coiled around him. Under the shocked and stunned expression of the handsome young man, he slapped down with his palm. Pop, it was like a slap on a ripe persimmon. What splattered was not persimmon juicy meat, but flaming severed limbs. "Fuck, what's wrong with this bald donkey?" The dwarf was confused. "Damn it, it's the evil god." Arya's expression changed. She said in annoyance, "Master is cunning, using this method to steal monsters." Miranda was too impulsive. She shouldn't have provoked Chizang. When the teaching team settles down, Tyrion will definitely sneak back to the Passion Garden. At that time, no one would be able to help him no matter how much he cried. With this lesson, although he didn't suffer much, Tyrion should be frightened. He won't dare to fool around with strange women in the future. Dany sighed at the dwarf's good luck. Not necessarily. Goddess Mirthea can make any man forget his lesson. You have to plan early. There might be a high-level law god. Pale Moon Maiden advised. "Yeah, I know." Dany nodded. She asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly change your mind and surrender to me?" "This." Pale Moon Maiden was a little embarrassed. After hesitating for a while, he told her what happened at Mirthea's temple last night. Pale Moon Maiden was not stupid. If he did not give a reason to convince the Dragon Queen, he would most likely not be trusted. Dany frowned and looked at the big crow. She asked, "That Mirthea, do you know anything about her?" Bran shook his head. She's more active than the other gods. She's more involved in human activities. But I don't know anything about the deeper secrets. Just because she said a set of fence-sitters' theories, you're going to turn over a new leaf? Dany looked at Pale Moon Maiden and asked curiously. Not entirely. Her words also reminded me to pay attention to some things, Pale Moon Maiden said bitterly. As you can see, my divinity of death has not changed. I've been running around for the Alliance of Justice and Order without any reward. This is nothing. Like the other gods who joined the Alliance of Justice and Order, I'm mainly trying to avoid the twilight of the gods. To put it bluntly, I'm trying to save my life. But Myrthea is right. You promised that if I surrender to you, I'll be able to keep my life, and I'll even be rewarded with divinity. In this case, my reason for joining the Alliance of Justice and Order is no longer valid. Are you still planning to return to the Alliance of Justice and be a spy for the Queen? Bran asked. No. Pale Moon Maiden waved her hand. There are too many gods who are proficient in prophecy in the Alliance. Even if I don't give myself away for the time being, when the Queen makes a move, the Alliance's plot against the teaching team will fail. I'll definitely be suspected. In other words, you're planning to completely rely on the Queen. Bran said lightly. This is not fence-sitters. Pale Moon Maiden shook her head. When the long night comes, the sea trade will die. There will be no more shipwrecks in the sea, and few sailors will drown. So, before the long night ends, I can take a break. Seeing that I've made a small contribution by informing the Queen, I hope that the Queen will put on a show with me. When I'm walking in the narrow sea, you suddenly rush over and shout, "Little bitch, how dare you betray me? I'll suppress you in the 7 levels of hell for 10 billion years. Then you'll take me away." If Her Majesty can defeat the Alliance of Justice and Order in the end, this show will be in vain. If Her Majesty fails, I'll fall into the enemy's hands and be tortured, but I'm still a loyal and unyielding denier. The Alliance of Justice and Order won't find trouble with me. What do you think of me, fence-sitters? Xiao Air. Dany gave her a thumbs up. Xiao Air had said that although she had made a great contribution this time, she did not want any reward. She only hoped that by fence-sitters, she could save her life in this complicated and ever-changing era. Dany had no reason to reject such a simple wish. So, that night, the three-eyed crow suddenly appeared on the narrow sea near Pentos and shouted, "Bitch, how dare you deceive Her Majesty the Queen? You're courting death." The powerful soul attack made Pale Moon Chu-Nu suspect that she was going to be killed to silence her. Alright, Dragon Queen's mouth was full of oil recently. She would not ruin her reputation for a small fry. Bran only wanted to read her memory quietly, so he crippled and knocked her out. After that, Dany casually threw the exhausted Pale Moon Maiden into hell and arranged for her to be in charge of the loyalty prison. The stitched Sakura monster would use his own method to teach a vicious woman like Cersei how to be a chaste virgin. Before the Alliance of Justice and Order was destroyed, she would stay in hell to work for the stranger. Hjian, Oak Hall. In the camp of the volunteers, Dany led a small team of Immaculate Ones to do routine patrols. They had just gone through a great battle in the afternoon. There were casualties and injuries. Her appearance could calm the emotions of the soldiers and raise their morale. This had already become a routine mission. How much of her words do you think is true, and how much is false? Dragon Queen was multitasking. She greeted Lord Ju and the injured soldiers with high morale while communicating with Bran through telepathy. Just a while ago, Bran brought Pale Moon Maiden from the narrow sea and read her memory casually. Chapter 962. This time, Danyue Chu-Nu did not lie, Bran said. You watched the conversation between her and Myrthea carefully. Are you sure there is no problem? Dany frowned. This time, Bran was silent for a long time. Myrthea should have the awareness to sit on the fence, he said. Dany arched her back and murmured, "That should not be, why not?" Bran asked in confusion, "Mirthia is not a war god. It is normal for her to be relatively weak. Also, her passion garden is very dependent on the human government. It is unwise for her to have a conflict with you. You don't understand." Dany said with a strange expression, "Others may not know, but do you think I don't know? When I caught Sherry Youngshin, I had an ulterior motive. I was looking forward to provoking Mirthia, and when Mirthia was angry with me, I would slap Mirthia to death in a low-key and reasonable way." Ah! Bran was stunned. At that time, the preaching team had not left yet. Dany did not expect Chizong to be so powerful. She needed divinity but could not find a target. For this, she even chased King Kong out of the house and let it wander in the cold and dark forest. It was obvious how thirsty she was at that time. Sherera Youngshin happened to be in her hand, but it was small and not enough to fill the gap between her teeth. So, Dany's main target at that time was Mirthia. There were too many Targaryen whores. She did not care at all. She could not care about all of them. What about protecting the honor of the Targaryens? It was all nonsense. She was waiting for Mirthia to come to her door and have a good meal. What did this mean? This meant that Dany had the most blatant killing intent towards him, and it was even stronger and more direct than the killing intent towards the Black Goat. Mirthia was also a high-level law god. She was a big shot among the gods. Even the Black Goat could feel the killing intent from the Dragon Queen. It did not make sense that Mirthia, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, was a fool. She knew that the Dragon Queen was full of malice toward her, but she still wanted to sit on the fence. Dany understood this, so when she heard Danua Chunu's words, she felt that something was wrong. This was why she asked Bran to use the three-eyed crow's method to probe him. Bran quickly understood and said solemnly, "In that case, Mirtia's behavior is a bit abnormal. After confirming your murderous intent, not only should he not sit on the fence, he should have joined the Alliance of Justice and Order at the first opportunity." However, not only did he not join the Alliance of Justice and Order, he even said those words to Lady Pale Moon. Troublesome. Dany said in annoyance, "Nightfall is coming, the world is falling, it's fine if those evil gods don't try their best to save the world, but they just have to drag me, the savior of the world, down. I really don't know what's the point of the world raising those evil gods, who's to blame? They simply wanted to live. You have the idea that it is meaningless for the world to raise them, and that is the reason why they are united." Bran sighed. "If they actively participate in the anti-evil cause and fight with me as, little, friends, brothers, would I be able to do anything to them? It's useless to talk about this now. If you have any plans in the future, think thrice before you act," Bran said. Then, he said, "The most important thing now is to change the one city, one temple plan of the Sutra teaching team. It's best to leave Tyrosh immediately. It's too embarrassing to return to the Westeros. Why don't we let them stay in Slaver's Bay for a while? No, we'll continue with the original path of teaching." A cold glint flashed past Dany's eyes. "I really want to see what kind of battle results a Chizong with unlimited mana and skills without cooldowns can achieve. Maybe the way to increase her strength was not to devour Balerion, but to let the dwarf lure the monsters and let Chizong act like a rogue. After killing 180 evil gods, her 5 dragon babies would become super gods. At that time, with 5 demigod dragon souls and 5 overclocks, who in the world would be her match? Maybe we can kill a lot of evil gods, but the Sutra teaching team will also suffer heavy casualties," Bran said worriedly. "The Sutra teaching team is not afraid of sacrifice." Dany exuded an aura of desperation. "You don't care about their sacrifice, do you?" Bran said hesitantly, "Arya, don't worry, she's the most cunning and the least noticeable." Bran did not think much of it. With hundreds of demigods attacking 5 people, how could they ignore Arya? What if Tyrion dies? He reminded her tactfully. For justice, for glory, for saving the world, it's a worthy death. Dany did not hesitate at all. Bran understood the queen's determination and did not try to dissuade her. Instead, he suggested, how about sending a Steel Knight squad to protect them? Normal demigods might not be a match for the Steel Knights. With a 100-man squad in a battle formation, they can at least take 70% of the pressure off the Sutra teaching team. Dany only thought for a moment before shaking her head. That's too flashy, it might cause the Justice Alliance to raise the price. You have 100 Steel Knights, won't the Justice Alliance arrange for 500 normal knights to trade with them? If we use the Steel Knights against the gods, there's only one situation where it's most effective: take the initiative to attack and launch a surprise attack, forcing the evil gods to defend passively. This way, we can ensure that our Steel Knights can suppress the priests of the evil gods. To put it bluntly, if we want to use the Steel Knights against the evil gods, at least let them come into contact with the evil gods. If they defend passively in other people's territory, they might not even be able to see the evil gods. Bran was even more worried. Will the evil gods arrange for normal people to deal with the Sutra teaching team? It's possible, but then it's Tyrion's turn to play a role. What can he do? Bran did not understand. He's like a fox using a tiger's might to intimidate the princes and lords of the city with his glib tongue. Dany laughed. What if it's ineffective? Bran asked again. I'll take revenge for him. Targaryen, a promise is a mountain. If they can't find the evil gods in the temple, can't they find the kingdom's palace? Or have they forgotten what happened to the regretful queers and the royal family? Dany's murderous aura was cold. What if the evil gods don't borrow troops from the local imperial court, but instead hire mercenaries and organize the church's armed forces? Bran asked again. If the evil gods don't ask for troops from the imperial court, then it's Tyrion's turn to ask for protection from the king of the city. If it doesn't work, then we can just ride the dragon and escape. If we can't even take off, we can still let Tessa roll around. Her 50-meter-long body is like a stone roller, rolling back and forth a few times, leaving a meat patty on the ground. If normal people see it, they'll be scared away. You have to have confidence in Tyrion. He's smart and knows how to adapt to the situation. Dragon Queen was very confident. Bran said helplessly, at least remind them and let Tyrion hire a group of mercenaries. Let Varys pay attention to the movements of the palace and the city's army. That's fine. Woo-woo. Dany walked around the camp and was about to go to the castle for dinner when 2 horns sounded from the entrance of the camp that was surrounded by sleigh buses. 1 horn meant allies, 2 meant enemies, and 3 meant deviant ghosts. What other enemies are there now? Dany muttered, turned around, and walked out of the city. Other than her, the commander, the soldiers in the camp who had already settled down also put on their armor and held their swords. They ran out of the camp and the castle of the Smallwood family, and very cautiously began to set up a defensive formation. It's a group of Red God believers, not normal people. They have strong armed forces. In the distance, Garth, who was in charge of the camp's defense, explained loudly to Dragon Queen who was walking over. In the fierce battle with the Ghoul army in the afternoon, he led the charge, and in the evening, he helped the Queen to set up the camp. The White Knight was now tired and in a sorry state. His cloak, which was as bright as snow under the sun, had long been messed up by the blood and muddy water. His silver fine steel boots had become muddy boots after stepping on the muddy road that was soaked by the snow water. How many people? Dany jumped onto the sleigh bus and looked up. Hundreds of sleigh buses were unable to enter the castle. They formed an arc outside the city gate, somewhat like a barbican. Big Bear also climbed onto the sleigh bus, took a look, and said in a low voice, at least 300 people. More than half of them are strong men. Everyone is holding weapons, and there are also crossbows. It was no wonder that the soldiers at the sentry post would blow the horn. In the vast snowfield, a team of more than 300 people was pulled apart, and it looked a little grand. What was even more strange was that the other party brazenly raised the flag of Lalo's red heart of flames. They are not enemies. They are all holding torches and are very open. They don't look like they want to ambush us. It's even more impossible for them to attack by force. Garth's tone was relaxed, but his expression was very strange. But where did the Red God equipment come from? Looking at their clothes, they look more like refugees than Hands of Sacred Fire. The equipment of the Hands of Sacred Fire is better than that of the Golden Robe. They don't look like Hands of Sacred Fire at all, Danny complained. The powerful Red God Temple of Volantis had hundreds of thousands of Red God believers, but only 1,000 Hands of Sacred Fire were kept. It could be seen how elite the Red God equipment was. Of course, it was still incomparable to the 7 gods' warriors' sons. The warriors' sons were all knights. They practiced martial arts since young and received the best aristocratic education. Everyone could read and write. They also had ancestral armor, swords, and warhorses. Their equipment and individual qualities were very strong. While they were talking, the team of Red God believers had already arrived 100 feet away from the door of the sleigh bus. The team stopped. A short man in a gray sheepskin coat fumbled in his arms for a while, took out a piece of rag, unfolded it, and raised it high above his head. Then he strode toward the military camp. That is. Danny frowned. Meteor and sword. The others couldn't see clearly, but Dragon Queen had a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. She was the first to recognize the pattern on the rag. He should be a noble. Open the door and let him in, she said. With the order, the 3-meter-high wooden fence creaked and opened to both sides. Seeing this, the short man put down the rag in his hand and waved behind him. Then he strode toward the camp gate. I am Idric Dane, Dane of Starfall City, he shouted at the Dragon Queen, who was on the wall of the sleigh bus, with a croaky voice. Oh, it's Dane. Danny suddenly realized. The family crest of Starfall City's Dane family was a silver sword and a silver meteor intersecting against a light purple background. Danny didn't recognize it because the rag was gray and the color was wrong. Don't underestimate the difference in color. The Targaryens' red dragon and black dragon were only different in color. Greetings, Your Majesty. Although the young man's clothes were shabby, he was well-mannered and had the temperament of a well-educated noble. Why are you here? Danny asked curiously. I am Earl Barry Dondarrion's knight attendant. I have been fighting in Riverside for the past few years. After the Earl's death, the Brotherhood without a flag split into 2. Madame Stoneheart was in one, and the remaining people and I were in the other. 5 or 6 years have passed without us noticing, Idric said bitterly. Chapter 963. In the Song of Ice and Fire, there were 2 teenagers who were born in the same year. Both of them were named Idric. They were Robert's illegitimate son, Idric Storm, and Arthur Dane's nephew, Idric Dane. Wind's End Fortress was thousands of miles away from Starfall City, and Robert had nothing to do with the Dane family. However, the birth of the 2, Idric, was due to the same reason. Or rather, it was because of the same person, Id Stark. Robert named his illegitimate son Idric to commemorate his good friend. The Count of Starfall City admired Id, who killed his brother. Not only did he take in Id's lover, he even named his son Idric a few years later. The fathers of the 2 Id hoped that their sons could inherit the bravery and integrity of the old Id. They got what they wished for. The 2 Id were the rare young talents in Game of Thrones. They were not skilled in civil or military matters, but they were definitely intelligent. They had received formal knight training since they were young. Most importantly, they had good personalities and were upright and noble. They were more like the old Id in terms of moral integrity than the few wolf cubs in the House of Stark. They were the complete opposite of Emperor Joffrey, the number 1 of the young generation. However, the old Ide's bad luck seemed to have been inherited by the two young Ide. Rick Storm was first drained of his blood by his second uncle. Then, he was found by the Great Sparrow to deal with Cersei. When the Great Sparrow was assassinated, he was also dealt with by Yuluan. His ending was tragic. In the early years, Rick Dane followed the Lightning King to help the weak in Hejien. After the Lightning King passed the flame of life to Madame Stoneheart, he shouldered the responsibility of not letting the society go down the wrong path. As the heir of the Count, he suffered for 5 to 6 years in Hejien without enough food, warm clothes and restless sleep. He was only 12 years old at that time. After Count Dondrian was saved by Red Monk Soros, I, like everyone else, thought that it was a miracle. So, I changed my faith and became a believer of the Red God. Before the Holy Mother showed up and before you showed your might, the people of Hejien County, where the Brotherhood Without Flags was active, had changed their faith to the King of Light. There were tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people. For example, the Countess of Oak Hall, whose aunt was a nun from Old Town, still had a good impression of the Red God. Because of this, Lannister and Frey have ruled Hejien for many years, but they have never been able to catch us. Our people are in the villages and small towns, and even the monks of the 7 gods are on our side. When Dany asked about Ide's faith, the young man explained proudly. If Dany hadn't traveled through time, Hejien County would have been dyed red. Dany even admired Lalo's skill in selecting people. Barry Dondrian was a real knight, and he was the one who led the Brotherhood Without Flags to uphold justice. Look at the area where the Brotherhood Without Flags was active during Dondrian's time. From Saltworks Town to the Trident River, to Helen Castle, to the Curving Inn, to Oak Hall, to Stone Hall Town, they could be seen everywhere on the fertile land of Hejien County. Look at what the Brotherhood Without Flags did. They helped the people to kill bandits and rebels, and used the gold royals they robbed to buy food at the river bend to help the people in Hejien County. In the early days, the Brotherhood Without Flags was not greedy for money, fame or death. They served the people completely. So, it was easy to understand why the faith of the Red God could spread so quickly in Hejien County. When Dondrian revived too many times, his spirit couldn't hold on anymore, and his body was on the verge of breaking down. The situation of the 7 kingdoms also changed. The War of the 4 Kings ended. Through Lady Stoneheart, the Brotherhood was divided into 2. Just like Lalo had the 2 faces of the Lord of Light and the Shadow Demon, Rick inherited Dondrian's will and represented Lalo as the Lord of Light. He continued to attract normal believers with justice and glory. Lady Stoneheart represented the dark and death side of Lalo. Using fear and revenge, in this land full of death and hatred, she attracted believers who slipped into the abyss of depravity. If Dany hadn't traveled through time, Lalo's arrangement would have been perfect. Why didn't you go back to Starfall City? Dany also recognized that the rag with the Dondrian family emblem that Ide was holding just now was an old cloak. 5 or 6 years had passed, and the cloak that the young man brought from home had long decayed in the wind and rain. Ide turned around and glanced at the Red God believer who was walking over with a torch. He said in a tone that didn't belong to his age, "I have the responsibility to lead them to the end." Hearing that, Dany couldn't help but look carefully at the young man who wasn't even as tall as her. He was 17 or 18 years old, with platinum hair and dark blue eyes that were almost purple. He was very thin, and his skin was so pale that it was almost transparent. He was a little over 1.7 meters tall and was a little underdeveloped. He was a very beautiful young man. Seeing that Dany was looking at him seriously, he even turned his head away shyly. She felt a little regretful. This young man came from a good family, had a good character, and had an uncle named Sword of Dawn. He was a very good candidate for the White Knight. What a pity. Speaking of which, the 2 of them could be considered relatives. No Targaryen married into the Dondrian family. Ide's platinum hair and bluish-purple appearance were inherited in the family. The White Knight, Jero Dondrian, also had silver hair and purple eyes. That ancestors wasn't a race, but a collective name for the humans who fled to the Westeros more than 10,000 years ago. They included many ethnic groups, and even subhuman races. For example, the ancestors who settled in Dorne were the Salt People, the Sand People, and the Stone People. The Salt People lived by the sea, with olive skin and black hair. The Sand People lived in the desert, with dark skin and reddish-brown faces. The Stone People lived in the mountains, with multicolored hair and white skin. Starfall City was a typical mountain city, and the Dondrians were the Stone People. Therefore, the Dondrians had silver hair and blue eyes, or purple eyes. Perhaps because the Dondrians had similar physical characteristics to the Targaryens, 100 years ago, the daughter of the Dondrians became the Targaryen queen. Dany also had a small part of the Dondrian bloodline in her. Don't think that relatives from 100 years ago couldn't be contacted. She still had an old fellow who was more than 100 years old in her family. Old Ymant's mother was the Dondrian queen. When old Ymant died, this relative would be cut off. Looking at the Brotherhood gradually approaching, Big Bear frowned and said, "Even if you believe in the Red God, why do you have to raise the Red God's flag during the march? We almost treated you as an enemy previously. Aren't the Red and Seven parties establishing a united front against the ghosts and working together to fight against the deviant ghosts? I thought we were all allies, that's why. I didn't expect you to blow the two horns that represent the enemy. You scared us out of our wits. Could it be that a civil war has started before the war is won?" I'd muttered. Dragon Queen spoke righteously and vehemently, "The idea of adhering to the united front against the ghosts will not waver. Even if the war is won, the Church of the Seven Gods and I will not discriminate or be hostile to the Red God believers. However, even if we are allies, we are divided into battle zones. The Red God's hand of holy fire is in the royal territory, mainly around the King's Landing. It is almost impossible for them to come to the Oak Hall. We treated you as an enemy previously, not because of your identity as a Red God believer. It was because you were acting suspiciously, and we were worried that there were evil people using the Red God's flag to plot against us." Dragon Queen's explanation was reasonable. Rick, and the Brotherhood who came over suddenly understood. After that, 17 or 18 people walked out from the Red God's team. They reported their names and families one by one, and performed the most standard knight's salute to Dragon Queen. At this time, Dany was surprised to find that there were so many lords in the shabby Brotherhood. Other than the lords, she also saw many familiar faces in the team. They were all bandits she met at the crossroad years ago. There was Robert's illegitimate son, Gendry the blacksmith. There was the owner of the inn, long-legged Jenny, and Jenny's sister, the inn's lobby manager, Weeping Willow. "Weren't you with Madame Stoneheart before?" Dany asked. At this time, the three bandits looked at the Dragon Queen with complicated expressions. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Please forgive us for our rude behavior last time." The tall and thin Jenny first performed a very unladylike salute, then hung her hands by her side. She mumbled, "After you rode the dragon and flew away that day, Madame left Hejien for the valley. There were many children in the inn, and we couldn't leave, so we were completely separated from her. When the sun went out, we couldn't hold on any longer, so we brought the children in the inn to Crab Claw Peninsula. Friar Meribad took us in warmly, but the refugee camp was managed by the friars. Before every meal, we had to pray to the Holy Mother. Unfortunately, Gendry was very devoted to the Red God, and had a bad temper." Dany looked at the stubborn young blacksmith, and nodded thoughtfully. "Those orphans stayed at Crab Claw Peninsula?" "Yes, Friar Meribad is a good person. He didn't mind what Gendry believed in, and was very kind to everyone. We were relieved that the children were with him," long-legged Jenny said. However, Meribad was the archbishop, and they usually interacted with ordinary friars and priests. Seeing Gendry praying to the Red God every day, the friars' reaction was predictable. Jenny and Weeping Willow were also gradually ostracized. The two girls were originally muddle-headed, and did not care about beliefs. Before the War of the Four Kings, they believed in the seven gods, but after meeting the Brotherhood, they changed to the Red God, and after going to Crab Claw Peninsula, they returned to their faith in the Holy Mother. When they could no longer stand the friar's sarcasm, and left Crab Claw Peninsula, they did not have any psychological barriers, and once again shouted to the bonfire, "The night is long, and we are lucky to have my lord." Danny looked around at the dirty and thin Brotherhood, and said to Garth, "Bring them to the castle. Boil some hot water for them to take a bath, and then give them meat soup and bread." The gathered Hajian volunteer corps dispersed, and Garth led the Brotherhood towards the city gate. Danny also wanted to go to the castle for dinner, and walked at the back with Jenny and the rest. "How did you find this place?" Danny asked curiously. Back then, Prime Minister Ide Stark, in the name of King Robert, sent Count Dondrian and a group of noble knights and soldiers to Hajian County to stop Gregor Clegane's atrocities against the civilians, and to bring him back to King's Landing to be punished by the law. Later, King Robert and Prime Minister Ide passed away, and Cersei took control of the kingdom. We went from the royal family's adjudicators to an illegal organization. In the beginning, we were only enemies with Lannister's soldiers, and then we gradually became enemies with anyone who harmed the weak, because all sides in the war were oppressing the civilians. Now that the war has not subsided, our enemies have changed from rebels and bandits to deviant ghosts. The Brotherhood is unable to deal with the living dead, and it is time to reorganize or disband. Ide Carrick tilted his head to look at the Dragon Queen, and sincerely pleaded, "The Brotherhood without banners was originally formed by a group of honorable and upright knights, and it started with the appointment of a king, and I hope that it can end in the hands of another upright king. So, after receiving the prophecy of Noble Heart's ghost, we came to Oak Hall to find you." Chapter 964. The Brotherhood without flags fought the enemy in the form of guerrilla warfare. When Dondrian was the head of the Brotherhood entered its most glorious and peak moment. All the members believed in and fulfilled the spirit of chivalry, winning both spiritual and material support from the civilians of Hajian. The people provided them with all kinds of information and food to maintain their livelihood. Even the monks in the Holy Church did not reject them. After the Brotherhood captured the enemy, they would also provide the prisoners with a fair and just trial. They did not take any money from robbery and kidnapping. All of it was used to relieve the civilians affected by the war. This might make people mistakenly think that the Brotherhood was a group of Robin Hoods, Red Flower Society, or Heaven and Earth Society. In fact, this was a big misunderstanding. The backbone of the Brotherhood without flags was all nobles. The head of the Brotherhood, Dondrian, was a count with real power. His disciple, Wei Xiaobao, was the heir of Starfall City. He was the top noble of the Seven Kingdoms, second only to the Duke. The other members were also noble knights with names and fiefs. In fact, this group of knights were all participants in the Prime Minister's tournament that Robert prepared for Ide. To put it bluntly, they were originally going to the King's Landing to participate in the tournament. In the end, Littlefinger provoked the Lion Wolf to fight. The Lion Wolf made the first move and sent the Demon Mountain to Hajian to burn and loot, destroying the war potential of Hajian. Because Tully was the Direwolf's strongest ally and also Stark's tentacle to the south to interfere with the political situation of the Seven Kingdoms. However, Old Ide's political sensitivity was too low. He did not see the real intention of Tywin and thought that he had caught the lion's weakness. Tywin was already prepared for the war at that time, but Ned was still thinking, I'm so lucky. I'm in conflict with Lannister, and the Demon Mountain is going crazy in Hajian. When I catch him, I can take the opportunity to vent my anger on the dog's owner, Tywin. After Ned received the complaint that the nobles and civilians of Hajian were harassed by the Demon Mountain, he was very happy. He selected a group of knights that were most suitable for him from the participants of the tournament and went to Hajian to capture the Demon Mountain. Think about it, with Ned's selection criteria, what kind of people did he choose? Without a doubt, every single one of them was a righteous and honorable true knight. Therefore, the Brotherhood without flags was not a grassroots group, nor was it a grassroots group of heroes. It was the purest Westeros noble knight group, a regular military group. The no-flag Brotherhood was the representative of the Westeros knight civilization. They were also the essence of the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms. Knights from all over the country gathered at King's Landing during the Grand Tournament. The righteous knights were all chosen by Ned and became members of the illegal organization that Cersei had framed. The remaining trash without honor and integrity remained in the imperial court, starting the chaos of the Seven Kingdoms. Therefore, it was easy to understand why Lalo would attack this small non-governmental organization. Art Hiller's first miracle appeared in the Brotherhood without a flag. The place where miracles appeared the most frequently was still the Brotherhood without a flag. The knights led by Dondrian were originally adjudicators who were ordered to arrest the criminal Demon Mountain. Later, Robert and Ide died, Cersei took over, Dondrian and other righteous knights were slandered by the Iron Throne as sinners, and the Demon Mountain became a law-abiding good man. Thus, the group of knights formed the Brotherhood without flags. Being wanted by the Iron Throne was one of the reasons why Little Ide did not return home. Sometimes, the power of fate could not be ignored. The Brotherhood without flags was formed because of Ide, and then Ide's wife was saved by the Brotherhood and became the second-generation leader. From the establishment of the Brotherhood by the first-generation leader, Dondrian, to the succession of the second-generation leader, there had been a year or two of development. Even Dondrian himself had been hacked to death, hanged, and drowned many times. Of course, most of his once upright and glorious companions had died. However, the defeated soldiers and refugees from the war in Hajin joined the team one after another. Not only did the Brotherhood's numbers not decrease, but its scale also grew day by day. Of course, the team's composition was mixed, and the quality of the members could not be guaranteed. In addition, the leader changed to Madame Stoneheart, and the Brotherhood began to change its political program, from protecting the interests of the civilians to taking revenge on the enemy without any bottom line. The Brotherhood that Dany met back then was the team that changed. It was not that the team changed, but that it split into two. The righteous knights who insisted on their original beliefs left with Wei Xiao Bao, Little-Eyed. It was also because the leader of this team was a knight who valued honor that they decided to come to Oak Hall to find the Dragon Queen. This group of lords still carried the treason announced by the Iron Throne. Just like what Little-Eyed said, the Brotherhood needed another righteous and glorious great king to help them put an end to the arrest mission 6 years ago. Without a doubt, there was no better candidate than the Dragon Queen. In the name of the child of the human era and the Pope of the Seven Gods, I, Dany Liz Targaryen, declare you innocent. In the living room of Smallwood Castle, a small sun floated under the chandelier, illuminating the spacious hall as bright as day. 18 noble knights, a dozen or so famous mercenary knights, one martial scholar, and more than 30 people knelt side by side in front of the Dragon Queen. Compared to the majestic scene when they left the King's Landing, the surviving knights were less than 1/10 of the original number. Under the witness of hundreds of people around, the Dragon Queen revoked the treason that the Iron Throne and Freyr had imposed on them. Yes, after the War of the Four Kings, the master of Hajin was Freyr, and Old Wade had never given up on the pursuit of the Brotherhood. Your Majesty, why are you the child of the human era? The knights who were declared innocent looked at each other for a while. Finally, Little-Eyed asked the question in his heart. They had been looking forward to the arrival of the ancestors, King of the Undulls and Loinars, and Guardian of the Realm. Moreover, they had converted to the Red God for 5 or 6 years, and they were used to it. Queen, as the Pope of the Seven Gods, was it really okay to pardon the sins of the Red God believers? I think you are worthy of the honor bestowed by the child of the era, the Dragon Queen said. De Xiong stepped forward and explained in a clear voice, you must have not read the Seven Stars Bible for a long time. It explains the era and the child of the era in detail. Simply put, the end of the last long night opened a new era in which humans were the protagonists of the world. After this long night, a new era will also open. The protagonists of the new era may be humans, deviants, or other species. What the future will be, it will all depend on the united efforts of the human race. And Her Majesty the Queen is the leader of all humans, the great emperor of the human race. The King of the Seven Kingdoms to Her Majesty is like an ordinary knight to the Master of the Iron Throne. Ah, is that so? Little-eyed was shocked. Go and read the Seven Stars Bible. Everyone knows about it, Jichi, who was dressed in martial attire, said. Everyone knows about it, the maid in leather armor, Eri, said. The two centaur maids did not only serve the queen. They were skilled in archery and horsemanship, and were proficient in the art of scimitars. When they encountered ghouls, they would also attack them. It makes sense if you think about it carefully. If the child of the era is really selected, who else is qualified except for Her Majesty the Queen? The remaining knights immediately agreed with De Xiong's words. They looked at the queen with even more reverence. The Holy Mother and the Church do not oppose the freedom of belief. Especially since your experience is special, it is okay to continue to believe in the Red God. Now, you can choose your future as you wish. You can go home, go to the King's Landing and find the Holy Son of the Red God in the human world, which is Stannis, or other choices. No matter what decision you make, you can find Sir Garth. He will provide you with all the help he can. Next was dinner time. The Lord of the Brotherhood could enter the dining hall and eat with the Dragon Queen. The rest of the ordinary members could only go to the barracks and eat with the soldiers. During the dinner, the Hejian nobles in the volunteer group had a very good attitude towards Young Ide and the others. They even had some respect and admiration. Listening to their conversation, Danny was really sure how big the influence of the Lightning King's Brotherhood without a flag was in Hejian. It was an all-around infiltration. From the refugees who went bankrupt during the war to the high and mighty nobles, they sincerely recognized and respected the members of the Brotherhood. For example, the oak hall where Danny was at was the castle of the Mosewood family. The mistress of the castle, Countess Ravenna Sven, was a staunch supporter of the Brotherhood. In other words, the oak hall was a stronghold of the Brotherhood during the War of the Four Kings. Of course I want to help the Brotherhood. I know all the noble knights. The Countess said confidently. She was also born in a count's family and received a high-quality noble education. She grew up in the upper social circle of the Seven Kingdoms. The Knights of the Brotherhood were also in the circle. It would be strange if she did not know them. For example, the noblewomen loved to watch the tournament. They would comment on the knights in the tournament one by one. They would even throw flowers and cheer loudly. At that time, my husband brought my son to fight for King Rob, but the wolf cubs came to our castle and robbed us of our food. They even wanted to bully us. If it weren't for the fact that all the family guards had gone to fight and the lack of guards in the castle, I would have personally led the troops to destroy those bastards. Bran frowned and said with a bitter smile, after he knows what happened to my mother, he might feel regret, but he won't feel pain. No, it's your brother, Rickon, Danny said strangely. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Bran silently apologized to his underling and continued, now the situation has changed. You are the vanguard of changing your fate, and we are following behind you. As long as you don't die, with your vengeful nature. With your personality of abhorrence, you will definitely not let Lalo go. As long as you don't die, he will die. The moment before you completely end him, I can sneak into Lalo's divine kingdom and fish out my mother's soul. If I am busy helping you fight the divine war, I can also let Arya sneak in and save my mother. You wish, Danny said lightly. This won't delay you, and you won't lose anything. Even if you have a dog, you should feed it a bone from time to time. Arya and I have worked for you our whole lives. It's not too much to get some benefits, right? Bran said, feeling wronged. Dany had no reason to reject him when he even said something as petty as asking for a bone. Sigh, you win. I will cooperate with you when the time comes, she said helplessly. Bran was energized when he received the bone. Since you have decided to free my mother, Madame Stoneheart can no longer do evil. I didn't reveal my plan, but I successfully persuaded her to keep a low profile for the next few years and not cause any more trouble. It would be best if she could do good deeds. That's why you haven't heard much about Madame Stoneheart recently. Do good deeds. Are you planning to let her go to heaven? Dany glared. Who would want to see their mother suffer in hell? She has always been a devout believer of the Holy Mother, but fate is so cruel. The Holy Mother is merciful, so what if she is saved this time? You don't have to be troubled. Everything will be done according to the rules. Us sisters haven't done anything evil. Instead, we have been accumulating good deeds. For example, I am serving you, not a slave. I can get a salary, right? If you give it all to my mother, it will be enough for her to go to heaven, Bran said confidently. Chapter 965. Hiss! In the dark and cold night sky, a loud dragon roar suddenly sounded. The soldiers inside and outside the Oak Hall castle could hear the joy and excitement from the dragon's roar. It was like a child who had stayed at his grandmother's house in the countryside for the summer and met his mother who came to take him home. Oh, no, the child was playing wild in the countryside. Not to mention joy and excitement, he even cried and threw a tantrum, refused to finish his summer homework, and was even unwilling to go home to school. Old 5, be quiet. Don't wake up the soldiers who have been working hard for the day. Some soldiers who were woken up in a daze were complaining in their hearts when they heard a familiar deep and majestic voice spreading in all directions. With a shudder, they came to their senses and no longer had any complaints in their hearts. It was the great guardian of light, the strongest megalosaurus under the queen, Big Black. Then, they were puzzled. Who was Old 5? Some people wrapped themselves in thick wool cloaks, got out of their tents and looked in the direction of the courtyard. A small sun was suspended in the sky above the courtyard. There was no dazzling warm white light, but it was like a small moon. The quiet pale white light scattered on the snow-covered ground, providing a weak light for the patrolling soldiers. The queen, who had upgraded the Song of Light to a new level, only told them that the light of light and freedom not only represented the light of the sun, but also the light of the stars and the moon. Although they were puzzled as to why there was no moonlight before, since the queen said so, they found a reason for her to convince themselves. Now, under the pale silver light, a 20-meter-long little dragon was shining, reflecting the dark red light like porcelain. It had a transparent glass-like texture and was extremely beautiful. Ah, another megalosaurus, a red dragon. It looks a bit weak. Are you blind? This is a megalosaurus. How is it weak? Compared to the other megalosaurus, it does seem a bit weak. Especially the Great Guardian. Including the tail, it is 35 meters long. When it opens its mouth, it can swallow a horse alive. What's more frightening is its aura. I don't even dare to be within 10 meters of it. When the battle ended yesterday afternoon, I was picking up the pieces of the corpses on the battlefield with a basket on my back. The Great Guardian suddenly descended from the sky and landed beside me. He only glanced at me indifferently, and I was so scared that I went limp in the snow and almost wet my pants. Me too. I also looked into the eyes of the Great Guardian at close range. I was so scared that I wet my pants. I almost peed, but I held it in. I didn't expect you to really pee. Fuck, you must have peed. No. If you have the guts, walk within 5 meters of the Great Guardian in front of everyone tomorrow. Then, stare into his eyes for a while. If he doesn't pee, then I lose. 5 meters is too close. I'm afraid he'll turn over and crush me to death. The officers and soldiers gradually deviated from the topic, but their conversation also revealed a fact: as the big brother, Dahei's power was getting stronger and stronger. It was almost tangible. Ordinary people couldn't even walk step by step to his side with willpower. The real seven gods was actually Dahei, not Danny. Hence, Dahei was the most affected by the perfection of the seven divine duties. He was a god who lived in the mortal world. Moreover, this god wasn't as weak as the god of the free city. Half of the evil gods killed by the teaching team entered Dahei's stomach. After devouring so many gods, one could imagine how powerful his spirit was. However, Dahei's control over his power was not as strong as Danny's. His spirit's power was obvious. It would be strange if ordinary people dared to look him in the eye. The Dragon Queen was still cultivating in her dragon spirit state every day. The 9-colored vortex in Dahei's mind was also growing day by day. Hence, this was a dragon god with a huge source of faith, a terrifying amount of divinity, and almost unlimited magic power. It had the highest level of the law of fire as its extraordinary foundation. Danny even felt that Dahei was the strongest megalosaurus in the history of the Song of Ice and Fire world. The only one who could surpass him now was the future. Alright, this was too naive. Soon, she would meet a real divine dragon. There was no dragon tower or dragon nest in Oak Hall. Dahei and Little White were resting against the city wall in the inner city. Now that Little Red and Little Green had changed shifts, he also obediently leaned against the city wall. However, he seemed to be timid, not daring to get close to Dahei. He felt that his big brother's aura was too strong. He wanted to get close to Little White, but when Little White glared at him, he retreated more than 10 meters in fear. After not seeing them for a few months, the two big brothers had become more ferocious. Little Red thought, feeling wronged. In the next moment, Mother Dragon and his dragon spirit had a huge amount of spiritual essence mixed with strange divinity rain fall into his mind. Little Red was too happy and excited. He couldn't help but raise his neck and let out a long cry. Smack! Mother Dragon came to his side and slapped his lower abdomen. She scolded jokingly, so useless. You're just an evil god. Her tone was like a mother saying to a child who was holding a KFC drumstick and gnawing on oil all over his face, no one will snatch it from you. Eat slowly. If you don't have enough, I'll buy more for you. Chizong went on a killing spree today and killed 7 bootlicking gods who clamored to avenge their goddess. Therefore, Mother Dragon had the confidence to say this. This really has the aura of Mother Goddess. Gods. Mother Goddess has activated a second life in another way. The big crow that landed on Little Red's back shouted with a trembling voice. Between Little Red's neck and back, there was a dragon saddle made of a pterosaur skeleton. A tree trunk wrapped in silk was tied to it. Danny jumped and landed on Little Red's back. She untied the rope and unfolded the soft light green silk, revealing a tree trunk that looked like a white bone. It was as thick as a wrist and 1.5 meters long. Its skin was as smooth as a gray bone, and there was a lump the size of a fist at the top. It grew a half-meter-long branch that was as thin as a chopstick. There were leaves that looked like blood-stained palms on it, and there was a root system at the bottom. It was wrapped in soaked linen and was as big as a bowl. After a long journey, 7 or 8 leaves had fallen off, and the remaining ones were mostly wrinkled. However, it was obvious that this was a living weirwood. The big crow landed on the branch and said excitedly with tears in his eyes, "It's Mother Goddess. It's really her. It's not a door god. This is another tree." Danny shook her head. Bran didn't argue. He only asked anxiously, "Can I go in and take a look?" Danny nodded and jumped off the dragon's back. She waved away the crowd that came out in the middle of the night and walked towards the castle bedroom. The big crow's bright red eyes suddenly dimmed. Bran's consciousness entered the weirwood tree trunk in her hands, just like it had entered the tree countless times in the past. After a long time, when Danny returned to the bedroom, she placed the tree trunk on the table and meditated for half an hour as usual. Bran transmitted his consciousness from the tree trunk into Danny's mind. "I'm not going back," he said. At the same time, in Winterfell, Bran pushed away the chanting woman who was riding on his petite body. Under her insatiable gaze, he said in a deep voice, "Mara, it's time for me to fulfill my promise and complete my mission. I'll fall into a deep sleep. You'll hand over my body to Leaves. They'll bring me to the underground tunnel in the tomb. You'll stay in Winterfell to take care of Duo. Wana will take care of Winterfell's affairs. She's a trustworthy person." The petite Mara flipped over vigorously and pressed down on Bran's body. She said excitedly, "What mission? What promise? Didn't you already hand over the responsibility of the three-eyed crow? I swore to Danny Lilith that I would use my life to be loyal to her. Do you still remember? In the land-bestowed forest, when she was treating my spine. At that time, I was swimming in the turbid river of fate. I suddenly had this inexplicable realization, and I was still puzzled. Until today, I still don't understand the reason, but I've decided to fulfill my promise. Do you have to risk your life?" Mara's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with grief. "This is my mission. Saving the world is the three-eyed crow's mission. When the three-eyed crow is unable to complete the mission, it's our responsibility to protect and help the savior." Bran left these words and kissed away the tears on his wife's face. He even got up and went to the bedroom next door to look at the robust Duo Stark for a while. After that, he went back to the bed, lay down, and lost consciousness. At the last moment, he felt strangely relaxed. It was so tiring to be a man. If he didn't die, he would take it as a long vacation. The consciousness of the three-eyed crow gradually gathered in the weirwood. Danny was astonished. "You're going to settle down in this weirwood?" "I'm going to settle down in this tree temporarily." Bran sighed and explained, "After entering the tree trunk, I tried to enter the river of time, and it was very successful. Then, I had an epiphany. You'll need me to risk my life once. I can use this weirwood to help you. Why do you want to risk your life for me? What did you see in the river of time?" Danny asked curiously. "I didn't see anything, but I have a premonition that you'll run into danger one day, and you'll need me to risk my life for you," Bran said. "How will you risk your life after entering this tree?" Danny was even more confused. "Your Majesty, do you expect my small body to wield a sword and kill enemies for you?" Bran spoke angrily. Danny held the weirwood's trunk and waved it several times. She said blankly, "Do I have to carry a weirwood with me like a fool in the future?" "It's a little foolish, but it can help you turn the situation around. You might even need to rely on it to save your life at some point," Bran said. "What can it do? Can the tree world descend?" Danny held the weirwood and observed it carefully. She even tried to imbue it with divine power and put her spirit into it. The weirwood didn't absorb divine power, but it was indeed a good conductor of divine power. It would have a miraculous effect if it was made into a magic staff or a magic sword. With Bran inside, the process of the spirit entering the trunk wasn't crowded. Danny could feel Bran's powerful will filling up a small part of the river of time that the weirwood had created. He was still desperately digging in all directions. It was as if a small spider was weaving a small spider web in a dark and empty room. Now, the small spider came to the edge of the web and spat out silk with all its might, hoping to spread the web into the endless dark space. "Your Majesty, in your opinion, what is time?" "A linear river?" Bran asked. "Is time not linear?" Danny retorted. "Time is a concept defined by man. In the void without matter and consciousness, the concept of time doesn't exist. At a certain moment, you will feel that time is unbearable, as if it has slowed down. At the same time, another person is experiencing the happiest moment of his life, and he just hopes that time will last forever. He will feel that time passes quickly, as if it has accelerated. Two people at the same time have different feelings about the flow of time. So, is the river of time speeding up or slowing down? There isn't any change. Speed and slowness are just people's illusions, Danny said. But time's definition is determined by people's feelings. If people feel that it is fast, then it is really fast. This isn't scientific, Danny furrowed her brows and said. The three-eyed crow obviously understood science. Our world isn't formed by pure laws of physics. This is why thinking about things in a scientific way doesn't conform to the spirit of scientific research. Danny was stupefied. Chapter 966. I don't wish to discuss philosophy with you. Just explain what you are doing, Danny said unhappily. If I don't explain the concept of time, it will be difficult for you to understand what I am doing. If you can agree with my understanding of time, I don't need to explain. You will immediately understand the meaning of what I am doing, Bran said in a tongue twister. Danny nodded helplessly. Go on, I'm listening. Time is between existence and non-existence. If consciousness exists, time exists. Without consciousness, there is no meaning in defining time. Therefore, we can define a river of time for every life. Countless individual rivers of time are like the stars in the sky. They don't seem to interfere with each other, but between the stars, there is a force acting as a whole. The stars form a river of stars. This river of stars is the river of time in our usual sense. Mother Goddess's natural endowment is time. She lives on the river of time. Her vision covers the past, present, and future, even the banks outside the river. The weirwood also has part of Mother Goddess's endowment. Therefore, the weirwood family won't decay with the erosion of time. Therefore, when entering the weirwood, one can see the memories of the trees in the surrounding area. Only one area can be seen. If one wants to enter the river of time in another area, one has to change to a weirwood. Do you understand? In the eyes of Mother Goddess, the river of time is really a river of stars. However, the vision of a single weirwood is too narrow. It can only observe one star or a starry sky. I can only see Stark's fate in the weirwood of Winterfell. In the trees of Young Halberd City, I can only see the image of the Martell family in the timeline. Stark is a star, Martell is a star. I can't enter Martell's timeline through the weirwood of Winterfell. If I land on a single star, will there be darkness between it and the nearby stars, just like what I am doing now? Danny was deep in thought. Bran was like a spider, weaving a flickering spider web in a dark and boundless room. The spider web spread in the darkness and eventually encountered another star. Originally, with the weirwood trunk, Danny and he could only see one star, which was about 8 kilometers of the river of time. If the spider web continued to spread, he would encounter one star after another. Eventually, the entire galaxy would fall into the web. Wasn't this the door god? Through this weirwood, the river of time of the entire world was included in it. The past, present, and future of all humans and gods were spread out in front of her like a scroll painting. Danny was excited. Don't even think about controlling the entire world. At her peak, the Mother Goddess could only control the river of time in Westeros. When you become the #1 divine king, perhaps there will be some changes. Bran sighed. Your weaving speed is too slow. When can I count on it to save my life? Danny frowned. It's a bit slow now, but for thousands of years, the Westeros have already weaved countless layers of dense spider webs, covering all the networks of stars. In at most half an hour, I can connect the weirwood of Mother Goddess' second life to the weirwood of Westeros. At that time, you will be able to see everything that is happening in the Westeros through this weirwood. Yes, you will only be able to see what is happening now, because this new weirwood will enter the Westeros at this time. If you don't go out, the 7 countries won't be able to keep secrets from you. Of course, if you want to find the variant Ghost King, you will have to open your eyes wide and search carefully through every forest and mountain range. But when the long night falls, it also represents part of the world's will, and it will be able to detect that you are tracking it. Then, it will hide itself, Bran said. Isn't this a counterfeit version of the three-eyed crow? Oh, no, it's a counterfeit version of you. The real three-eyed crow has omniscient abilities, while you are incomplete. You will have to open your eyes wide and slowly search for it, Dany ridiculed. You are too modest. With this tree, you are much stronger than me. I can't see all the Westeros through this tree trunk, Bran said. Do you think that these words will make me happier? Dany said with a wooden face. Your Majesty, if it only has this kind of ability, why would I need to transfer all my will into the tree? How would I be able to change the war situation for you? This tree is like the second life of the Mother Goddess. Through it, you can open a tunnel that leads to the future in the Chaos River of Fate. In short, as long as you give me some time, I will be able to contact my past self in 10 years. If an enemy conspires against you, the past me in 10 years will surely know everything and how to deal with it, Bran said excitedly. Contact your past self in 10 years. It doesn't sound reliable, Dany raised her eyebrows and said in a strange tone. This is quite reasonable, Bran said with certainty. When the River of Fate was still clear, it was normal for the three-eyed crow to chat with his past self in 100,000 years and his future self in 1,000 years. Have you ever chatted with your past self? Dany asked. I could in the past, but I can't now. If we soak in a river and swim up and down, we will meet each other. But, if 2 people in 2 different rivers swim, they won't meet each other, unless they jump out of the river like the Mother Goddess and the real three-eyed crow. Now, the situation is even worse. They aren't 2 different rivers. Until now, we have already left the original river, but we haven't changed to another one. We are groping about in the fog, and it's useless even if we jump out of the river. If we look back, we can see the shadow of the previous river. If we go forward, our future is bleak. Fine, you should slowly dig through the fog of the future and see what advice your past self can give you. If you are still alive in the future, Dany muttered. He should be alive. He might be digging through the fog of fate and trying to meet me. Perhaps, he was the one who gave me a revelation, made me swear, and reminded me to enter the weirwood's trunk, Bran said. You just said that you will risk your life for me. This means that you will experience a crisis of life and death. Doesn't this contradict what you are saying now? Dany sighed. Bran fell silent. After a long while, Dany waved her hand and said, forget it. You should continue digging. Perhaps you are really dead, and the one who will contact you is my future self. Bran suddenly felt as if he had eaten feces. Dany suddenly thought of a big problem. If you transfer all your consciousness to the weirwood, who will help me find the ghoul army? The 2,000 ravens are the second lives of the children of the forest. They have their own independent consciousness. I usually rely on them as my eyes to find the ghouls, and now I leave them to you. When the ravens find the ghouls' location, you can use the weirwood heavenly eye to lock onto them. It's about the same as mine, Bran said. What do you mean about the same? This means you are leaving all your work to me. Dany complained. Usually, I can cultivate on the sled when we are on the road, but now I have to constantly keep an eye on the ghoul army. Then you should use the Green Prophet's seal as soon as possible. Even if the night falls, it will allow you to be almost omniscient in Westeros. Finding the ghouls and ghouls is only a matter of thought. It won't take much time. Moreover, I am not doing this for fun. I am working hard now, and I may even have to risk my life, Bran said. Dany nodded. She sat cross-legged on the bed with the weirwood in her right hand. She was multitasking. she cultivated while her consciousness entered the tree trunk. Half an hour later, Bran's spider web spread out of the dark space. She saw a boundless silver sea below. In the dark void, countless spider webs reflected the silver light. It was like an ocean. Yes, it was, below. The door god's tree trunk was indeed different from the normal weirwood. It was located above the river of time. Therefore, it could be connected to any silver web below. Using the internet as an example, a normal weirwood was an ordinary home computer. A connected to B, be connected to C. Countless computers were connected together. A had to go through B and C to get to D, and the door god's tree trunk was the host computer. The A, B, C, and D computers were directly connected to it. If Danny allowed it, the user of a computer could also connect to D through the host computer, greatly reducing the data flow path. She brought the second soul into the tree trunk. Danny had a panoramic view of all the Westeros. It was like a satellite floating in the sky above the Westeros. Danny had a thought, and the satellite's camera zoomed in on a certain point. It ignored the trees, walls, and houses. It was as if she was there. If she wanted to, she could even see a curled hair of a person in the bunker, even if the person was wearing pants. She went to the Northern Territory. In Winterfell, she saw Bran's frail body lying on the bed, unconscious. Beside him, there was a short and slender young woman, Mara. Bran's wife's right hand was playing with her lower body. Her eyes were watery, and she was moaning non-stop. Danny felt awkward. She shifted her gaze to the main bunker. In the room of the king of the Northern Territory, Jon's lover, Val, was doing the same thing as Mara. She felt even more awkward. She turned to the king's landing. In the duke's mansion of the Northern Territory, Jon and Jurgrit were sleeping together. The room was dark, and only the fireplace was lit by a flickering flame. She scanned the room and prepared to leave. Jon suddenly opened his eyes and called out softly to the window, "Bran? Why are you looking for me?" He noticed that Danny was spying on him. "It's me," Danny said. "Who?" "You're not Bran." Jon was shocked. "I'm Bran's boss," Danny said calmly. Jon was dumbfounded. He had a look of realization. "Queen Danny Lilith?" Jon's face turned pale. He pulled the duvet up to cover his furry chest and the red-haired woman's skinny and rough back. "Where's Bran? Why do you have the three-eyed crow's abilities?" he asked with great difficulty. "He's busy digging the river, and the heavy burden of protecting Westeros has fallen on me." Sigh, what a heavy workload. The Dragon Queen sighed. Jon's cheek muscles twitched. This was the first time he had the same thought as the dwarf and Danny in the past. The three-eyed crow shouldn't exist in this world. It was impossible for ordinary people to live. "Why are you looking for me at this time?" he asked awkwardly. "Nothing. I'm just bored, so I'm taking a stroll." Jon sighed. "Your Majesty, I think you should pay attention to ordinary people's privacy. You're not ordinary. You're the king of the Northern Territory. The 7 dukes and the royal family are related to the 7 kingdoms' fate, and the three-eyed crow has always paid attention to them." "I'm learning from the three-eyed crow now," Danny said with a smile. "Gods!" Jon cried out in despair. "Your power has improved quite quickly recently. You can even detect spying on you from the River of Time." "I've experienced many things, and my senses toward the River of Time have become sharp," Jon said with a sigh. "Since you've experienced many things in the past, why are you howling now? You even woke Jurgrit up." The red-haired woman looked around blankly. "Jon, are you talking in your sleep?" Jon comforted his girlfriend with his mouth while he sighed with emotion with his mind power. "That's different." The three-eyed crow was his brother, and it made him feel at ease. When the three-eyed crow turned into someone else, Jon started to feel fear, just like the others. This was the reality. Before he could finish speaking, Danny left. Chapter 967. Danny walked around the Red Castle. Most of the buildings at the top of Aegon Hill had collapsed, leaving behind a huge crater. Only a few towers remained on the cliff by the sea. Almost 2 months had passed. The collapsed towers and craters were mostly cleaned up. The bricks from the collapsed buildings were used to strengthen and raise the walls of the Red Castle. The crater was changed into a stair-shaped training ground. It seemed to be modeled after the gladiator arenas of the free cities. Erlu and Aunt May lived in the collapsed Queen Dowager Tower. They shared a room and a bed. The lights were off. Danny guessed that they were asleep. The White Sword Tower, where the White Knights lived, became the Queen Dowager's palace. In the warm study on the second floor, the burly Queen Dowager was dozing off. Beside her, an old scholar was holding the Annals of the Four Kings. He was telling her the history of the Dragon King's conquest of Dorne. Erlu's wife, Silas Florin, was also in the White Sword Tower. However, the queen lived on the top floor, the 7th floor. Howls and curses drifted into the wind through the window. They sounded like ghosts crying in the wind. "Shireen, my daughter, you have the bloodline of the true dragon. Even Danny's black dragon likes you. Great King of Light, revive the mystic dragon. My daughter has the bloodline of the true dragon. She rode a black dragon and can become a dragon knight. Ha ha ha. Bitch, I took you in and made you the king's confidant. Yet, you want to burn my daughter. I'll kill you. Shireen." This devout believer of the King of Light and worshipper of Melisandre had gone mad. Danny only sympathized with Shireen's experience. However, she did not like this crazy woman. This was because she was the one who found Aunt May and recommended her to Erlu. Other people believed in the Red God for political reasons. Even Erlu was not that devout to the Red God. He was more concerned about his mission to save the world. However, Silas was a true fanatic of Lalo. How fanatic was she? When Aunt May suggested sacrificing her uncle to Lalo, she did not stop her. Instead, she supported it. She would actively participate in Aunt May's sacrificial ceremonies. Then, the last sacrificial ceremony she attended was that of her daughter. In the beginning, when they wanted to sacrifice Shireen, Erlu, who had lost his integrity, struggled in pain even though he had died once. It was Silas who persuaded him, "We believers should sacrifice everything for Lalo. Shireen returning to the Red God's embrace is the best ending." When Shireen cried for her mother under the lick of the flames, her motherly nature finally prevailed over her faith. Silas regretted her decision and struggled like a madwoman. She screamed her daughter's name and rushed towards the fire. But Shireen's shrill cries had disappeared in a shadow that rose from the red flames. Therefore, faith was really not a good thing. Crazy faith would make people lose themselves. If you needed faith to numb the most difficult moments of your life, you had to believe in a God whose teachings were based on people. Even if you believed in the 7 wood gods, you shouldn't believe in an evil god that could respond. Leaving a sigh in the White Sword Tower Queen's residence, three-eyed Danny left the King's Landing. In an instant, she went to Casterly Rock City and saw the emaciated Jaime. Like a ghost, he wandered around the Hall of Heroes in the middle of the night with an oil lamp. His eyes stared into the darkness in front of him and he muttered the names of Cersei, her father, her uncle, and her aunt. Even stranger was that he even called out, "Tyrion," a few times. This strange scene made Danny's scalp tingle. Casterly Rock City was a city carved out of a mine. At the lowest level near the sea, the Lannister family's tomb was built. It was called the Hall of Heroes. Once, it was filled with coffins. Now, the 10,000-year-old weirwood coffins were burned together and replaced by the ancestral tablets, promoted by the Dragon Queen. When Westeros remembered their ancestors, they would go to the tomb and pray in front of their coffins. Now that the coffins were burned, there was no place to commemorate their ancestors. So, the Dragon Queen taught them to set up ancestral tablets and build an ancestral hall. For example, Jamie was staring straight ahead because there was a row of stairs in front of him. Each step represented a generation, and there was a row of ancestral tablets. Because the ancestors could be traced back more than 500 generations, one wall was not enough. They could only build one wall every 500 years. There were a total of 22 walls. Compared to placing coffins, ancestral tablets were indeed more space-saving and expensive. In the past, only the great nobles were qualified to build a tomb for their ancestors. Commoners and low-level nobles could not afford to build one. Now, the situation had changed. Even commoners could set up ancestral tablets for their ancestors. Of course, the ancestral hall could also show the family's heritage, and it was even more obvious. At this time, almost every family in Westeros could see ancestral tablets. If it were not for the fact that Westeros did not have yellow skin and black hair, and that the ancestral tablets were written in alphabetical language, people would think that they had transmigrated to ancient times. Not only were there ancestral tablets, but there was also a change in the way people worshipped their ancestors. Jamie went to the outermost stone wall and climbed up the stairs until he was half the height of the wall. There were Tywin, Joanna, Kevin, Xena, Gillian, Descartes, Cersei, William, Tyreek, Joffrey, Tommen, and so on. They were all direct relatives of Jamie within 3 generations. He placed the oil lamp beside Cersei's ancestral tablet, and with one hand, he untied a cloth bag from his waist. Inside, there was a strange cork stick that was as thick as a chopstick. It was an incense stick. Jamie rubbed out 3 incense sticks and put the tip of the incense stick into the mouth of the lantern. After he lit it, the sparks flickered and a wisp of white smoke rose. The fragrance of the smoke drifted in the empty cave. Then, Jamie placed the 3 smoking incense sticks in the small incense burner in front of Cersei's ancestral tablet and bowed a few times. This is offering incense. Seeing the blonde Jamie offering incense in an unusually respectful and sacred manner, Dany felt that it was very strange. Sigh, Cersei, I regret it. I shouldn't have killed you back then. It's better to live than to die. With you by my side, at least I won't be alone like this. Jamie rambled on for a while. When the incense sticks were half burnt, he took out 3 more incense sticks from the cloth bag, lit them, and placed them in the small copper burner in front of Tywin's ancestral tablet. Father, you can rest assured. Casterly Rock has been restored. Oh, I've already told you about this. Jamie stood there in a daze for a while. He felt that he had nothing to say to his father, so he moved on to the next one. After lighting an incense stick for his mother, Jamie stood there in a daze for a while. He had nothing to say. After that, he silently lit incense for his uncle and aunt. When he was lighting incense for Aunt Jaina, something unexpected happened. Or rather, it was the Holy Mother's bad taste. Jamie didn't have much to say to Aunt Jaina, so he prepared to continue lighting incense for his cousins. Suddenly, the smoke in front of Jaina's ancestral tablet formed an oval, and a human head popped out of the round frame. It was a squarish, fat woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. Her face was wide and flat, her neck was like a pink pillar, and her chest was tall and majestic. Jamie? The fat woman called out tentatively. Clang! Jamie turned his head to look, and he was so shocked that he kicked Emperor Qiao's ancestral tablet and incense burner over. 7 levels of hell, Aunt Xena, tell me, am I dreaming, or am I seeing things? Jamie's face was distorted as he said with a trembling voice. The fat woman's body was too fat. She squeezed the smoke with all her might, and with a pop, it sounded like a champagne cork popping out of a bottle. Io, can't you be more filial? The incense is too thin, Fat Xena complained as she rubbed her oily arms that were torn from the squeezing. This. Jamie retreated in shock. Am I seeing an undead? What are you afraid of? I'm an undead, and I'm also your aunt. Xena said in annoyance. Ah. Jamie thought about it. She was right, his aunt. What was there to be afraid of? He was brave to begin with, and when he came back to his senses, he walked forward and touched his aunt's cheek gently with his left hand. There was no warmth, but there was a faint texture, like a ball of fluffy cotton. Aunt Xena, why did you stay in the human world and not go to heaven? Didn't you have an atonement scroll with you when you died? Jamie asked curiously. Sigh, I just came up from hell and was about to ascend to heaven, but I heard your call halfway, so I came here for some reason. What? You went to hell? Where's the atonement scroll? Jamie was shocked. Don't mention it. The atonement scroll is not a scroll of forgiveness. It can only redeem 50 points of sins. I committed too many sins, so I have 52 points. I still haven't redeemed 2 points, so I have to serve 200 years in hell. Fat Xena lamented. Ah, I thought I could go to heaven with the atonement scroll. Jamie's expression changed. Even an easygoing person like you has 52 points of sin, then Cersei. Fat Xena's chopping face showed a hint of hesitation. Cersei is indeed in hell, and I've met her a few times. However, the atonement scroll is not useless. It can always give people a chance. As long as they redeem themselves, they can go to heaven. Without the atonement scroll, they can only stay in the first level of hell, waiting for the stranger to arrange their reincarnation. Is hell bitter? Jamie quickly asked. Fat Xena seemed to have thought of something. She shuddered, and the fat on her body rippled. Bitter, too bitter. If the Holy Mother gave me another chance to live, I would definitely be a good person who is not greedy, not lustful, and not cruel. She said sincerely. You've always been a good person. Why did you go to hell with the atonement scroll? Jamie did not understand. Of course I've been good to you brothers, good to Lannister and good to Casterly Rock, but I've been unfaithful to my husband and heartless to the common folk. I've sinned. Fat Xena said in remorse. What do you mean? Jamie still did not understand. I gave birth to 4 sons, but none of them are your uncles. Jamie immediately believed her, because the matter of Xena's aunt stealing men was not a secret from Casterly Rock City to River Delta City. Even his uncle, Amon, knew about it. Many people also privately discussed that none of the 4 children were like Amon, and that they might all be bastards. However, no one dared to question the identity of Xena's sons, including Old Wade. Because Xena was Tywin's sister. That can't be. Cousin Cleo has obvious Freyr characteristics. He forced a smile. Sigh, that's Old Wade's seed. What? Jamie jumped in shock. If not for this sin, why would I go to hell? That's 30 points of sin. That's more than half of my sins. Gina sighed. Why? I also heard that you like to look for handsome and strong cousins in Lannister Harbor, but Old Wade is ugly, old, and bad-tempered. How could you like him? Jamie cried out, unable to accept it. Xena was not fat in her early years, and her looks were not as good as Cersei's. However, her shrewdness and noble temperament were far superior. Old Wade loved his face the most. Tywin always looked down on him, so he wanted to get back at him by humiliating his sister. That old man was still very strong in his early years. I also hated his son for being too weak, too useless, too stupid and useless. I wanted to take revenge on him, but it was quite exciting. After being teased a few times, I half pushed and half pushed. Chapter 968. His uncle was a live-in son-in-law in Casterly Rock City. How could he not be a coward? Jamie sighed. Aemon Fry wasn't a live-in son-in-law, but because Westerners didn't have such a profession, live-in son-in-law had always existed. Fry wasn't as powerful as Lannister. Xena was the only daughter, but Aemon was the second son. After marriage, Aemon didn't receive any inheritance from his family. He lived and ate in Casterly Rock City, relying on his wife's dowry. If he wasn't a live-in son-in-law, then what was he? It was normal for live-in son-in-law to be a coward. Because of this, some live-in son-in-law's literary talents were so explosive, slapping faces to their heart's content. But Aemon Fry wasn't transmigrated, so he wasn't the main character. Sigh, I regret it so much. Xena said sadly. You've also redeemed yourself. Aemon will forgive you. Jaime comforted her. Do I need that coward's forgiveness? Fat Xena shook her head. Aren't you regretting your promiscuous behavior when you were alive? Jaime was confused. Promiscuous behavior isn't a big sin. Xena waved her hand. If I broke off my marriage with Aemon earlier, I wouldn't be guilty even if I slept with 100 men. But I married him under the statues of the Holy Father and Holy Mother, and swore 7 marriage vows to the 7 gods. Sleeping around is equivalent to breaking the vows, and even blaspheming the 7 gods. That's why I'm guilty. So, you regret not divorcing Aemon earlier? Jaime was stupefied. I also regret being greedy. Long night descends, extravagant and wasteful, eating a roast suckling pig for every meal. Eating roast suckling pig is a sin. Then isn't every noble sinful? Jaime frowned. Gluttony is one of the 7 cardinal sins. It's different from being full. Not only was I greedy, but I was also wasteful. I didn't save food and went against the Holy Mother's long night light operation. Xena said regretfully. Jaime's mouth twitched. This is really, I didn't expect the 7 gods' precepts to be so strict. If that's the case, many honorary nobles with good reputations who didn't break the law will also go to hell. Fat Xena said helplessly, aristocratic traditions and the laws of the 7 kingdoms do not apply in heaven. 40 years ago, one of my maids used to steal my clothes and use my makeup. I was very angry. After that, he sold her to the lowest class brothel and let the sailors work her. She couldn't take it anymore and killed herself 2 days later. Even if Saint Danny were here, she wouldn't be able to convict me, but according to the heavenly code, Big Sparrow added 0. 8 sin points to Maine. Yes, the Great Sparrow was in charge of judging the crimes of the death nobles. Another example would be when Tywin was the Prime Minister of King's Landing in the early years, and I would sometimes handle the affairs of Casterly Rock for him. Many commoners were hungry in the winter and spring, so they came to our forest to poach. I had the soldiers tie the poachers to the targets and shot them one by one myself. Kevin praised me for my excellent archery, Tywin praised me for protecting Lannister's interests, the nobles of the western region cheered for me, and even the commoners were in awe of me. I also did comply with the aristocratic property law. In the end, I went to hell and added 5 sin points. That doesn't make sense, does it? Jaime murmured. Fat Xena shook her head. When you go to the world of the stranger and the Holy Mother, you have to obey the laws of the 7 gods. Moreover, the teachings of the 7 gods are all in the 7 Stars Bible, so the stranger is not punished for not teaching. Then she continued, only when you enter the world of the stranger after death will you experience a truly fair and just trial. No one can escape. While you are still alive, Jaime, you have to do more good deeds. Especially good deeds. Not only will you have a good ending after death, but it will also make Cersei, Joffrey, and Tywin feel better in hell. Good deeds. This was another unfamiliar term. Jaime was a little confused. Spreading the word, letting others know that you are doing good deeds, and thus receiving praise and praise, is good deeds. Doing good deeds silently, only giving without asking for anything in return, is good deeds. Good deeds are more valuable than good deeds, so you have to do more good deeds. Fat Xena taught earnestly. How is it more valuable? What's the use of good deeds? Jamie asked. For the same good deed, if you have 3 points of good deeds in the yang, you will get 6 points of good deeds in the yin. Good deeds in the yin and yang are the same. They can offset the sin points of you and your family. Oh, I can atone for the sins of Cersei and father by doing good deeds in the yin. Jamie seemed to understand. He leaned over and straightened Joffrey's tablet, sighing. How are father and Joffrey and the rest? He was not surprised that his father and son went to hell. Even the good old Aunt Xena had 52 sin points. Tywin, who did not have the atonement scroll, would probably be sitting in hell for a long time. They must be in a deeper part of hell. I met Cersei there. You know, she was not loyal to the holy marriage witnessed by the 7 gods. That's why I had the chance to meet her. Xena sighed. 1 sin point and you have to serve 100 years in prison. That's tough. Jamie was worried. I'm not that bad. I heard that some of the sinners who are labeled as demon will have their sentences calculated exponentially. For example, if you have 2 sin points, you will be in prison for 4 years. If you have 3 sin points, you will be in prison for 8 years. 4 sin points is equivalent to 16 years, those demon-level sinners have sin points starting from 100. You can calculate how long they have to stay in hell. Xena's voice trembled. 2 to the power of 100. That's... Jamie was shocked. They have to stay in hell until the end of time. Unfortunately, Big and Sparrow labeled Cersei as a demon. Even after using the atonement scroll, she still has more than 300 sin points. Xena sighed. How many years is that? Jamie's handsome face was pale. How can I help her? The Holy Mother once said that a family that accumulates good deeds will have more to celebrate. In other words, if you do good deeds, your family will also be rewarded. I was able to leave hell so quickly because Tyrion was accumulating good deeds. I loved him so much in the past. He gave all his good deeds to me by default. Not only did the 2 sin points make up for it, but I also got 10 more merit points to live a good life in heaven. Xena chuckled. Tyrion has good deeds. Jamie was incredulous. Stranger said that he protected Chizong in the eastern lands to spread the scriptures, so he has a lot of good deeds. If he successfully spread the 7 gods' teachings in the barren lands, his good deeds will allow 10 Cersei demons to ascend to heaven. As I expected, among the 3 of you, Tyrion is the most successful. Xena said proudly. That's good. When Tyrion completes his mission, Cersei and father will be free. Jamie breathed a sigh of relief. Tywin is easy to convince, but Cersei and Joffrey, I'm afraid he won't be willing. Xena looked at her nephew and frowned. You can't be like this. You're too useless. You have to pull yourself together and accumulate good deeds. Even if you can't free Cersei and Joffrey from the abyss of suffering, you have to at least ensure the daily incense offerings. Jamie was stunned. Auntie, you came out of the smoke ring and said there were too few incense offerings. What is incense? Xena pointed at the incense burner in front of the memorial tablet. What are you doing? Jamie explained, after the long night, we can no longer leave the bodies of our ancestors in the tomb. We have to follow the example of the Targaryens and hold a cremation ceremony. After that, the church promoted a new way of worshipping the ancestors. Jamie explained the concept of the memorial tablet and the ancestral hall and sighed. The monk said that the smoke from burning incense can reach the souls of the ancestors in the world of the dead. I didn't expect it to be true. It depends on the heart of the person offering the incense. If you are a devout believer of the 7 gods and sincerely miss the dead, the stranger will even help you pass your words to the ancestors of hell and heaven. Cersei can hear me. Jamie was overjoyed. Fat Xena shook her head. You can talk to her on the anniversary of her death or other major festivals. She will definitely hear you then. Other times, it depends on the mood of the infernal judge. Incense can not only communicate with the ancestors, but also provide the best food for the dead in hell. As she said that, she bent down and took a deep breath of the incense that was almost finished burning in front of her memorial tablet. Something strange happened. Fat Xena was just an illusory ghost, but she sucked the real incense into her stomach and disappeared. Wow, it's even better than roasted suckling pig. I've never tasted anything good in my life. It's so good. Fat Xena held her chopping face and looked so intoxicated that Jamie had the urge to put his nose in front of the incense burner. After a while, she smacked her lips and said regretfully, "It's just a little too little." Jamie immediately bent down and grabbed a big handful of incense from the pocket on the ground. "I still have a lot here. It's enough for you to suck your fill." Xena looked at him expectantly as he lit the incense. As soon as a big puff of white smoke came out, she moved her head closer and took a big breath. 7 levels of hell. She looked like she had inhaled a mouthful of super spicy swill. Her face twisted and she retched crazily. Her tongue stuck out a foot long. "It's so smoky and hot. It's like I've swallowed a mouthful of smoking fire." So this is a firework." James raised the smoking torch in his hand and asked in confusion. "Maybe what I'm smoking isn't smoke, but your offerings to your ancestors." Fat Xena looked at the incense burner and saw that it was reaching its end. She said, "I'm going to heaven. Jamie, you're on your own now. Don't be depressed. Accumulate good karma and be a good person. Remember to burn incense for me during festivals." After saying that, the last wisp of cigarette made a circle. Gina dived into the circle like a mangzatsi and disappeared. Jamie rubbed his eyes with his sleeves. The ancestral hall's stone steps were empty, and there wasn't a single person in sight. "Aunt Xena!" He called out, but there was no response. The power of the three-eyed crow and the 7 gods is too great. Controlling the fate of the 7 kingdoms isn't as difficult as crushing an ant. Dani was filled with emotion and reverence. She was actually fearful of the power she possessed now. She didn't need the Iron Throne. She didn't need to personally rule the citizens and nobles of the 7 kingdoms. With just a thought, she could toy with the Westeros as if she was playing a sandbox game. This wasn't the limit of what she could do now. When she absorbed all the fragments of the Green Prophet's seal, and when the fog on the River of Fate dissipated, she could control the fate of everyone in the 7 kingdoms while making everyone who was controlled sing praises to her from the bottom of their hearts. This was the power of a god. I shouldn't have such power. Power equals responsibility. Such a great responsibility is too tiring. But I won't allow this power to fall into the hands of others. Dani gradually came to a realization. She started to sink her consciousness into the faith space of the 7 gods. It was a boundless space filled with white fog. She couldn't see the sky or the earth, and it was difficult to find the borders. But in this boundless world, a giant Dani occupied the Dragon Queen's entire field of vision. The other Dani. This Dani was even taller than Mount Everest. Her long hair reached her shoulders, and she wore a white silk robe. Her face was expressionless, and her eyes were closed. She was sitting cross-legged in a posture with her palms facing the sky. A sea of clouds formed by milky white faith power surrounded the giant Dani. She was like a jade statue that towered into the clouds. She didn't reveal any emotions. Only endless might was left. The strange thing was that this Dani had 2 heads, one at the front and one at the back. With a thought from the Dragon Queen, the giant Dani's front and back eyes opened at the same time. There was a hint of a living person's aura on her body. The front eyes shone with golden light. They contained endless benevolence and peace. The back eyes were as black as ink. They were sinister and filled with a mysterious and dark aura. One of them was heaven, and the other was hell. Chapter 969. The essence of the seven gods of heaven was Dani's thought. Under normal circumstances, a person's thought could not accommodate another person's soul, but if the other person was a believer of the thought's owner, there would be no incompatibility problem. If one used physics to define spiritual power, it could be seen as an electromagnetic wave, with the god's thought wave as the main, resonating with the believer's spiritual wave to form a new spiritual wave. The more resonant waves joined, the stronger the spiritual wave, representing the strength of the soul. Thus, as more and more souls entered heaven, the thought gradually grew, and finally turned into a huge entity, the same spiritual power as Dragon Queen. Of course, the process of spiritual power materialization was inseparable from the faith space's unlimited supply of faith power. It could be simply understood that faith power formed the body, the thought of heaven turned into the soul, and the soul and body combined to form a believer. According to the rules of the faith space of the seven gods, the believer was a real person, and the Dragon Queen with a mortal body became a disharmonious existence. Just like in the four-dimensional space, the four-dimensional creatures that ordinary people could not imagine were ordinary people, and the real three-dimensional ordinary people could not survive in the four-dimensional space. The believer in the faith space, compared to the ordinary world and ordinary people, had a higher energy level, and they were a harmonious world system. The believer Dani originally only had one thought, very simple, one thought, one head, representing the glorious heaven. One day, the believer Dani's master gave it a second thought, a dark, cold, and death hell. One thought gave birth to a second thought. This sounded like a paradox. It seemed to be saying, I killed a rabbit today, and I plan to roast a whole rabbit tonight, and then make a pot of rabbit turnip soup. You're just talking nonsense. You're just a rabbit. But the thought of heaven could make the impossible possible, because the mother of heaven and the stranger of hell had the same will. Thus, the believer Dani grew a second head, the heaven of the mother of heaven and the hell of the stranger of hell. It was very harmonious. If the Dragon Queen was interested, she could make the believer Dani grow a third head. For example, make a girl's country of light. In the future, she could use fire to create a group of giants of light. The tiny Dragon Queen floated in front of Dani's forehead, who was as huge as a mountain. The protective wills left behind by the previous generations of three-eyed crows are too tyrannical, and any person or god who absorbs them will be assimilated. However, there was nothing wrong with the guardian will itself. The only fault lay in the fact that the three-eyed crow's ability was limited, and its method was flawed. It would be a pity if such a great and noble spirit was destroyed. Why don't you sacrifice yourself? The believer Dani's huge face was expressionless. I am you, but you are not me. It is up to you to decide how to transform this thought, not me. The believer Dani did not have an independent will, but it did not mean that it had no thoughts. It was a thought that represented thoughts. The Dragon Queen and her believer Dani's conversation was like an ordinary person's hesitation, with two thoughts going up and down in their minds. Yes, it was to turn the concept of entanglement into reality. It was very unscientific, but very magical. Sigh, I don't want to bear the responsibility of being the master of the heavenly law, but I also don't want to give up the benefits of being the master of the heavenly law. I have no choice but to sacrifice this thought of yours. The Dragon Queen made up her mind. She waved her hand, and a green Milky Way flew over from the void. It was a fragment of the Green Prophet's seal. The moment the Dragon Queen saw the green Milky Way, all her thoughts were extinguished, and the only thought left in her mind was to protect the world and the people of the world. Fuck, this is too terrifying. Get lost. The Dragon Queen closed her eyes and waved her hand, and the green Milky Way flew toward the believer Dani. The believer Dani opened its mouth and sucked, as if it was sucking a long green noodle. The Green Prophet's seal was sucked into its stomach. Buzz, buzz, the mountain-like believer Dani's body trembled violently, and its two pairs of eyes were instantly dyed green, as if 4 searchlights had been turned on, illuminating thousands of miles. The space of belief, which was mainly white, was also enveloped by a layer of green light. Ah, the Dragon Queen hugged her head and groaned. Her thoughts were connected to the believer, and she could clearly feel that her emotions were being extinguished bit by bit. The three-eyed crow's will was like a steel seal, and it fiercely engraved the words, "Protect the world," at the core of heaven's will. The current Dani was accepting the three-eyed crow's inheritance on her own accord. If the brand didn't play such a trick, his emotions would also be extinguished like this. The Dragon Queen could sever her connection with the believer Dani's thoughts, but she couldn't. She had to use her will to protect the two abnormal consciousnesses, heaven and hell. The process of the three-eyed crow's birth could be compared to molten iron. The Green Prophet's seal was like molten iron, and the Green Prophet, which was about to turn into a three-eyed crow, was used as a mold. The molten iron was poured into the mold, and the three-eyed crow's appearance was created. The current Green Prophet's appearance was the main one. The so-called mold was actually the Green Prophet's personality and way of doing things. Every generation of three-eyed crows was similar, but there were also differences. Their protective spirit and ruthless style were exactly the same, but their specific way of doing things was different. In order to achieve the same goal, they might make different choices. For example, now that the American commander election was almost over, Hot Dry Noodles was slightly disappointed. His beloved Super Reliable didn't get re-elected. Didn't Hot Dry Noodles know that Super Reliable liked to target the Celestial Empire? He knew, but he still liked Super Reliable. This was because by etc. and Super Reliable only had different methods. Their ultimate goal of suppressing the Celestial Empire was the same. However, by etc. didn't know how to do stand-up comedy. Although they all wanted to and were doing their best to stop the Celestial Empire's rise, Super Reliable could at least provide them with more joy, right? The three-eyed crow was similar to the American commander. They had the same goal, but their personalities and ways of doing things were different. His actions were similar to the Taoists' way of thinking: the world was already created for you, so go and mess around. I'm only responsible for holding up the sky and not letting it collapse. I don't care about anything else. A terrifying existence that was even more terrifying than the three-eyed crow was born. The believer, Dani, became the new three-eyed crow. She was immortal and lived and died together with Westeros. Her immortality also meant that the fate of Westeros would forever be controlled by her alone. This was 10 times more terrifying than the new three-eyed crow. This was because it also fused with the power of the 7 gods and was promoted from the 1 to 1. However, Dragon Queen believed that from this moment onwards, the happy days of the Westeros had arrived. Regardless of whether they felt happy or not, Dragon Queen was doing this for their own good. The three-eyed crow that Dragon Queen hated so much in the past also insisted that he was doing this for the sake of making the world better. In short, the 7 gods and the three-eyed crow truly joined forces and formed the three-eyed believer, Dani, who made smart, ordinary people feel even more despair. The will to protect the world didn't change, but the way to protect the world was decided by Dragon Queen. Now that the rules were set, even Dragon Queen couldn't go against them. If the three-eyed crow was like a program that managed the Westeros, Dragon Queen only rewrote the program, but didn't change the fact that she was using the program to manage the Westeros. As long as she was in the Westeros, she would also be managed. However, the management method was set by her, which meant that she was always strict with herself. Thus, she didn't feel like she was being controlled or restricted. Chapter 970. People's hearts were easy to change. As long as one was a human, one would have emotions, and when one's emotions fluctuated, one's principles would also fluctuate. The three-eyed crow didn't have any emotions, and this was why it represented absolute fairness. Its fairness wasn't necessarily correct, but it could guarantee that everyone would be fair and just when faced with its rules. For example, one of the three-eyed crow's rules was that anyone could be sacrificed for the world. Wasn't this right? There wasn't anything in the world that was absolutely correct. However, the three-eyed crow could apply this rule to everyone fairly, including its relatives and enemies, kings and beggars, and even the three-eyed crow himself. Now, Dany defeated the three-eyed crow and replaced him as the ruler of the Westeros. Due to her special identity as a transmigrator, as well as her pure nature, the new rules she set for the Westeros were more reasonable than the three-eyed crows, and they had more vitality and potential. However, could Dany guarantee that she would act according to the rules completely? For example, she set a rule that it was a crime for nobles to kill hungry poachers, but she could still be fair and just to other nobles, even to Tyrion. If one killed a hungry poacher, he would receive 0.1 points of sin, and if he killed 100 poachers, he would be sentenced to 1,000 years in hell. During this time, hell's magistrates would torture the nobles. For example, when the nobles were alive, they would chop off the heads of poachers, and in hell, the magistrates would do the same and chop off the nobles' heads 100 times a day for 1,000 years. What if Dany's grandson or granddaughter inherited the Dragon Queen's principality in the Westeros and got used to the Seven Kingdoms tradition and committed the same crime and chopped off 10 poachers' heads? Moreover, that granddaughter was especially favored by Dany's grandmother. At this time, her grandmother wouldn't be able to insist on her fairness, and she would probably just wave her hand and spare her granddaughter from 100 years in hell. Not to mention beheading poachers. Even if her granddaughter rode a Maserati horse and killed a few people, Grandma Dany would absolve her of all her sins and let her go to heaven happily. Perhaps she could even become an angel. Even though Dany's grandmother couldn't say it, she would definitely do it. Deep down, Dany didn't want such a thing to happen. If she could control the hell on earth, a certain Maserati rider would probably have to stay in hell for 10,000 years. However, even if her granddaughter behaved the same as other people's granddaughters, in her grandmother's eyes, her granddaughter was still like an angel. Even if she did bad things, it was just a moment of foolishness. Other people's granddaughters were like demons who deserved to go to hell. Things were different now. Dany used her conscience to create a keeper of the heavenly axiom. She used the seal of the Green Prophet to remove the feelings of conscience, so that it was just a pure conscience that spoke to all living beings. Even though she liked Grandma Dany's granddaughter a lot, she still, Dany, a believer, is indifferent to his granddaughter. However, Dany, a mortal, can let his granddaughter go through the back door that he deliberately left behind. In the era where the emperor was punished the same as the common people, he had to wait until Dany's grandmother was tired of the trifles of the mortal world and no longer appeared in the human world. She would no longer have any love for her descendants. At that time, if the Targaryen emperor made a mistake, he would also have to go to hell. Dany, a believer, would have no mercy. Blackie. The Dragon Queen called, and a black dragon that covered the sky flew over from the void surrounded by clouds. Blackie looked at the Dragon Queen, and then looked at Dany, a believer who was hundreds of times larger than himself. The believer's expression was cold, like a machine, but her eyes were especially bright. The holy and peaceful golden light merged with the ancient green light. Dany, she makes me feel unfamiliar. Blackie said. Mother Dragon said, although she has no feelings now, she can still have a dragon spirit with you. From now on, she will take care of the divine kingdom and the church. You will be a free and unfettered immortal who works hard in cultivation. Don't be tied down by worldly affairs. Cultivation and power are the most real. When the world changes and the rules need to be changed, you will update the program in her brain with her dragon spirit and make it more compatible with the real world. Of course, if there is a Targaryen who needs to cheat in the future, and you think she is very promising and pleasing to the eye, you can also adjust your fate with the believer's dragon spirit and let the Targaryen gain an advantage in the change of the era. What about you? These words, which sounded like a funeral, made Blackie feel very uncomfortable. Danny looked up at the void where the clouds of the power of faith floated and sighed, "If I live for 1,000 years, I will be very happy and enjoy the riches of the world. After 5,000 years, I will lose interest in worldly pleasures and pursue the song of law wholeheartedly. If I live for 10,000 years and don't reach the end of my cultivation, it will be fine. If the realm completely stagnates, I will be bored. The years after 100,000 years will be torture for me." "Danny, I don't like to hear this." Blackie shook his head. "I'm just showing off. Don't mind it. There is no end to cultivation. The wave of the long night still needs us to work hard together." Danny laughed. "Alas, I cultivated according to the method you taught me, but I still couldn't understand the domain of fire. I didn't even make much progress. My cultivation talent seems to be too bad, almost the same as Lalo. If I can use the domain of fire, with my huge divine power, I may even be able to compete with the frost god." Blackie said helplessly. Danny nodded and sighed, "You are indeed very stupid. You can't learn even if I teach you step by step in the dragon spirit state. But you should be better than Lalo. Although your progress is slow, you are still improving. Lalo has been in the same place for hundreds of millions of years." "What should I do?" Blackie asked. "Maybe Megalosaurus are born stupid," Danny said helplessly. "There is no other shortcut to diligently cultivate and steadily gnaw on the evil gods." Then, Danny waved to the believer and cried, "You are different from me. You have to have your own name. Tell me, what do you want to be called?" "I think I am very like Hongjun ancestor." The believer Danny said seriously with a cold face. It was like holding a graduation thesis from a university's chemistry department. Even an ordinary high school student wouldn't be able to understand it, let alone plagiarize it. When a high school student entered a university and chose to major in chemistry, when he was close to graduation, he would definitely be able to extract useful material from his senior's thesis. By analyzing Lalo's Song of Light fragment, Danny could even vaguely sense the location of the Sun Forge furnace. "Your Majesty, you are." After seeing the Dragon Queen's new appearance, the two White Knights, Ursa and Garth, were stunned. Danny was still wearing her blue and white armor today, but she had changed into a thin gray linen cloak. She looked like an ascetic cultivator. What was even stranger was that she was holding a 1.8-meter-tall walking stick in her right hand. "This is weirwood. Do you need a walking stick?" Ursa asked strangely. The trunk itself was only 1.5 meters tall, but the roots were like hair. They were combed into 3 braids and looked like the 3 legs of a walking stick. It was very similar to the walking sticks used by old ladies and grandpas. "This weirwood is unusual." "It's a magic staff," Danny said. Garth hesitated and said, "Why don't I help you clean up the leaves and roots?" "I just want it alive." She held the weirwood walking stick and twirled it in front of the White Knights and the Centaur maids. She asked, "Is it not impressive enough?" The 4 of them shook their heads. "At least it should be a little mysterious, right?" Danny said unwillingly. In order to match the weirwood walking stick in her hand, she deliberately changed a few outfits in front of the mirror today. In the end, she chose the gray linen cloak with the color of a mysterious wizard. She imitated Gandalf, who flew with his walking stick and sword. "Calixi, it's a little silly," Jichi said softly. "I think so too," Iri quickly agreed. "Silly." Danny's face darkened. The 2 Centaur maids quickly said, "Look carefully, it is indeed a little mysterious." Danny waved her hand and called 2 wind elves from outside the house. She threw the weirwood to them and said, "Cherry tomatoes, cucumber twist, help me carry it." Chapter 971. After giving 10% of the green profits seal to her believers, Dani was left with 73%. How powerful was that? When she held the weirwood in her hand, she only needed a single thought. For example, Targaryen. Then, all Westeros with the Targaryen bloodline would appear in front of her. She entered a higher dimensional world that included time. Looking at the people in the three-dimensional world from the four-dimensional world, she could see the present and past of all the Targaryens in an instant. If the River of Fate wasn't shrouded in a layer of fog, she could see everyone's future. Not only the gnomes and Aegon, but also other families with the Targaryen bloodline, such as Martell, Theon Bella, Ymond's sister Lael, and Dany's descendants. With a thought, she saw Madame Stoneheart. She was in the Northern Territory, tens of kilometers away from Winterfell. She was driving a sleigh in circles in a world of ice and snow. What shocked Dany was the sleigh dog pulling the sleigh, Uncle Finger with a dog's body and a human head. In the next moment, she knew the cause and effect. She sympathized with Uncle Finger. Uncle Finger, who had become a female dog, was like a perpetual motion machine. He didn't eat or drink and pulled Madame Stoneheart around the snowfield for 2 months. Uncle Dog was now running while he numbly recited the 7 Stars Bible of Our Lady of Mercy. The power of the three-eyed crow is too terrifying. Dany sighed. The three-eyed crow could be considered a typical four-dimensional life form. In the face of a higher dimensional life form, Westeros had no chance of resisting. In the next second, Dany scanned the entire 7 kingdoms south of the Great Wall. Almost all the ghouls were marked on the map. She frowned. The closer she was to the north, the blurrier her vision became. In the Northern Territory, not only were there no deviant ghosts, many ghouls were also blurry, as if they were shrouded in a layer of ice fog. This layer of ice fog came from outside the Great Wall. It spread from the north to the south. If the density of ice fog in the land of Everwinter was 100, it meant that Dany would lose 100% of her vision. Outside the Great Wall, north of Winterfell, the density of ice fog was 30%. South of Winterfell to the neck, 20%. The scary thing was that there was a 10% blind spot in Hajian County. 10% was not a small amount. The Long Night had only been here for half a year, and Hajian was already in the middle of Westeros. Dany gradually understood this. Before the Long Night, the three-eyed crow represented 100% of the heavenly Tao, and it was only limited to the south of the Great Wall. After the Long Night descended, the three-eyed crow's power didn't change, but the heavenly Tao's shares in the south of the Great Wall were diluted. As the deviant ghosts headed south, the cold living dead replaced the warm-blooded living people, and the heavenly Tao was gradually taken over by the frost god. If all the living Westeros died out, the other ghosts would replace the humans and start a new ice age. The god of frost would then take over the entire heavenly axiom. After Dany understood this, she solved 2 questions that had always been in her heart. Why didn't the three-eyed crow Blinden discover the winter horn's appearance? It was because winter had arrived, and the horn of winter had appeared outside the Great Wall. The three-eyed crow had never been able to occupy the whole heavenly axiom north of the Great Wall. Not only were there barbarians outside the Great Wall, but there were also deviant ghosts. The world that the three-eyed crow guarded wasn't a world that the deviant ghosts needed. Hence, the deviant ghosts didn't hand over the heavenly axiom to the three-eyed crow like the humans. It was just like how Washington represented North America's heavenly axiom and radiated to Japan and South Korea. However, when it came to East Asia, the Chinese didn't care about Washington. Only in the south of the Great Wall was the three-eyed crow omniscient. Dany gradually understood why the god of frost was so calm after the Battle of Winterfell. It was because the true Long Night hadn't descended, and the god of frost's power hadn't reached its peak. The sun had been extinguished for less than a year, and the climax hadn't arrived yet. When the earth froze, the rivers froze, the oceans died, and the waves died. When the temperature inside and outside the Great Wall stabilized, the wind and snow stopped, and the world became deathly still, the long night would truly envelop the world. By then, the god of Frost's control over the heavenly axiom would reach the peak of the first stage. As the god of Frost's control over the heavenly axiom deepened, the god of Frost wouldn't be rejected by the world, and he would be able to unleash more and more power. Just like Dani now, the world didn't reject her, so she could use her godly power without restraint. It turns out that the three-eyed crow isn't omnipotent, Dani lamented regretfully. Your Majesty, you should have understood this principle long ago. Bran, who was in the weirwood, said calmly, if there's no difference between the south of the Great Wall and beyond the Great Wall, why do we have to guard the sanctuary personally? We also want to drink fruit juice and sunbathe on the southern beaches while monitoring the world portal beyond the Great Wall. However, the name World Portal means that the extreme north doesn't belong to the Westeros anymore. The Northern Territory's heavenly axiom seems to be on the verge of collapse. My vision in the north is very blurry, Dani said worriedly. Don't worry, as long as there are still humans in the Northern Territory, you won't completely lose sight of the Northern Territory's heavenly axiom, Bran consoled her. Are the humans who sacrifice deviant ghosts still considered humans? Dani asked. No. Bran sighed and said, but at least the Winterfell and the Night Watchers at the Great Wall are completely reliable. The Northern Territory's population was originally less than 500,000. In the recent years of war and winter, more than 60% of the population died. Now, there are at most 200,000 people left. As long as the Great Wall, Winterfell and White Harbor don't fall, it shouldn't be difficult to maintain a base of 100,000 people. With these 100,000 people, your authority in the Northern Territory will never be lower than 50%. Unless deviant ghosts start to naturally reproduce on a large scale during the later part of the long night. For the next few days, Dani seemed to have activated a cheat code. Alright, she was indeed using a cheat code. Through the Dragonstone Island's Magic Net Center, every 2 hours, she would release a map of the 7 countries' living dead division to all the strongholds of the 7 countries' united front against the ghosts. It was a detailed map of the 7 countries to the south of the Neck Swamp. Blue dots were used to represent the anti-ghost strongholds and the number and quality of the guards in each castle. White dots were used to represent the ordinary people. Every city, castle, village, and even the residents hiding in the basements of barren towns, the number of people, the amount of food they ate, the ratio of men, women, and children. Red dots were used to represent the army of ghouls. The bigger the red dot, the more living dead there were. Then, Dragon Queen labeled every city, castle, town, and other living strongholds with a danger index. The sum of the danger index of all the strongholds was the composite index of the Westeros. There was a composite index, but of course, there were also different indexes. There were no 7 categories, only Deviant Ghost Danger Index, Food Storage Danger Index, Plague Danger Index, and Resource Depletion Danger Index. Dragon Queen treated every living stronghold as a listed company. All the listed companies formed the Westeros stock market. The higher the stock price, the more dangerous the city was. The higher the stock index, the more dangerous the Westeros were. Therefore, the Westeros hoped that their stocks would fall. However, they did not have to worry too much. On Earth, if the stock market fell, the country would come out and issue new economic policies to save the stock market. In Westeros, wherever the stock market soared, there would be Dragon Queen, Dawn Warriors, and the Warriors. In short, the Deviant Ghost Danger Index could not be allowed to rise above the red line. In particular, Dragon Queen seemed to have gone crazy in the past few days. She actually created a 100-team battle against the deviant ghosts in the south. Between the rivers, the River Bend, the valleys, the western region, the Stormlands, and even Dorne, more than 200 castles and nearly 400,000 soldiers collectively walked outside the city walls and took the initiative to enter the dense forests, snowfields, and valleys to annihilate the corpses. They didn't rush forward because they were filled with hot blood. Led by Dragon Queen, Baristan, Rando, Blackfish, Mattis, and other famous senior military generals of the 7 countries formed a general staff. Using the Westeros stock market map and human strength, especially Dragon Queen's mobility and lethality, as a reference, they developed a large and scattered battle plan. Generally, Dragon Queen rode the Megalosaurus and flew along a certain line. When she was still near a city, leading the soldiers of a city to encircle and annihilate the army of corpses outside the city, the soldiers of B city next door received orders and set off. By the time the soldiers of B city arrived at the forest and engaged the corpses in the forest, Dragon Queen had finished the battle of a city and was rushing to B city to work with the soldiers of B city to eliminate the deviant ghosts. Then, the nearby C city began to prepare, and so on. The castles of the country participated. If the corpses were scattered, the efficiency of Dragon Queen's blade storm would be very low. It might even cause her divine power to be insufficient. It was better to personally go down and slash with a sword. Therefore, Dany could not solve the battle alone. She needed the human army to form a formation and force the corpses to face off against her. If the corpses were still scattered when facing an army formation. For example, if the 5,000 human army shrank into a group, the 100,000 corpses spread across the plains like beans. Obviously, they were no match for the human soldiers in formation. They would be swept away by the human army formation step by step like fallen leaves on the ground. Dragon Queen did not even need to make a move. If the corpses attacked the human army formation, it would definitely cause a large number of corpses to gather together. Thus, Dragon Queen made a brilliant appearance. Unless the corpses retreated when they saw humans, the army of corpses would definitely be defeated when facing the combination of Dragon Queen and the Volunteer Corps. But could the corpses run away when they saw humans? If so, how could they destroy humans? Of course, generally speaking, the corpses would not run away, but the deviant ghosts were not stupid. They would make a strategic retreat after the army of corpses was defeated. The corpses did not need to rest. They could run faster than humans. The results of the battle were amazing. More than 2.5 million corpses were killed, and more than 300 deviant ghosts were killed. Before this battle, the Westeros Deviant Ghost Danger Index was red. Hundreds of human strongholds were under the safety line. After the battle, the south of Neck Marsh was almost completely green. Even the Food Storage Danger Index was green because there were hundreds of thousands of corpses and animal meat. The 7 kingdoms were jubilant. Dragon Queen, the major aristocrats, and the famous generals of the 7 kingdoms published editorials and reviews on the 7 Kingdoms news network, one after another. Various places held celebrations and celebrations. The public was excited and strengthened the courage to overcome the difficulties. The undercurrent of sacrificing deviant ghosts and surrendering increased the confidence of all the aristocrats and civilians to fight to the end. Even the major city-states on the other side of the narrow sea, after receiving the news of the great victory of the battle, were shocked and sent congratulatory messages to Dragonstone Island. Then, Dany found that she suddenly had nothing to do. Of course, there were still corpses and deviant ghosts south of Neck Marsh, but their numbers were further reduced. The small ones had a few hundred corpses, and the large ones did not exceed 10,000. Most of them were hidden deep in the mountains and forests far away from human strongholds. If they insisted on sending troops to encircle and annihilate them, the cost would be too high. Thus, the anti-ghost industry in Westeros began to change from simply killing ghosts to developing wartime production. Tree root flower, wood wine, mushroom planting, sunny ocean fishing, and fishing became the pillars of the Westeros economy. Because they were so hungry for green vegetables, some greedy Westeros even began to try various kinds of leaves. They used the leaves to extract juice and stew soup. After dozens of fake shinong died, the temporary real shinong also experimented with a few types of cold-resistant plant leaves that could be eaten in small amounts. Especially cedar leaves. Even the Dragon Queen recommended that civilians eat cedar needles to replenish the body's much-needed vitamins, although no one knew what vitamins were. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.